Come out of her, my people. Come forth. Flee the land of the north, O daughter of Zion, ye which dwell with the daughter of Babylon.
Behold, I come as a thief in the night. Be thou prepared and be on guard.
Most High has
As I
warned
have
us,
said,
we're making
2/3
our
shall
way
be cut off
back
and be
to our
left for
land.
death. Return
All
to thy
praises
land,
to the
the
Father.
land I gave to your forefathers, my promise unto you. Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and receive none of her plagues. Flee Babylon, now is the time, O Zion, my beloved.
We should have listened to God when He warned us about fleeing Babylon.
Yeah, Jamaicans, true Israelites. We love to see the wake up in our place. Because we, remember, it's not Jesus going to come back, it's Yeshua. True Israelites, yard people.
All right, good deal. So we good to go. Yawasap going first, man. We can get started so we can get right into it. Ron, are you here? You here? Can you hear me, Ron?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good deal. So you can kind of open us up because I know we on your platform predominantly. So you have some of your viewers here. So you can kind of open us up maybe for about 30 to 60 seconds, and then you can bounce the ball to me and I'll take it from there.
I mean, like, you want me to just give a prayer real quick? A prayer?
Oh, yeah. Whatever you want to do, whatever's comfortable on your platform, you can. You don't have to necessarily do that. You can just let the people know where we are right now, and then just bounce it over.
Okay. So today we're doing a debate on is Esau the progenitor of the white man, me versus Captain Yawasap, and we are going to be deliberating on the facts and proving with the Bible and extra biblical sources. Is Esau the progenitor of the white man, or is he not? A lot of Israelites today in the world, especially in the camps, believe that Esau is the white man. And it leaves the question on where is the sons of Japhet if Esau is a white man, because typically people think, well, the north quarters is where the sons of Japhet are. So we need to bring understanding to people today on who is the Edomites, and then likewise, who are the children of Japhet, if the stance is that the white races are the Edomites. So that's important to know, because the nations of Japhet are listed in Ezekiel 38 and Genesis chapter 10 and other areas in the Old Testament and the New Testament. So we need to know who these guys are that are obviously listed as nations under the sons of Japhet, although the mass teachings in the Israelite community is that the white man is Esau. So that's what the debate today is all about. It's about edification, getting understanding, seeing facts, information, research, and not just somebody say, this is what it is, and believe me, and that's it, no questions. So we're gonna look at everything. And for those that are listening, use your brain, your common sense, allow your critical thinking, and explore everything that we're saying. If you don't believe it, fact check it for yourself to see if it's true or not.
Good deal, good deal. Ron Dalton Jr. has been on a hunt for all camp leaders around the Israelite community. If you won't smoke, he won't
Corey.
smoke.
Yeah, Corey. So everybody knows why we're doing this debate. I have put out a challenge to all the Israelite leaders. I put a challenge out to Captain Tazariak, Bishop Nathaniel, and Elder Ricard from GOCC, and they all said no. They all said no.
Shots fired.
And I have the proof. I have the proof. They can sit there and say, they can't say I didn't say that, because I have the proof that they said it. So when I come to these guys, the top leaders of Israelite organizations, and say, let's debate on this, they're like, we don't want to debate. I don't want to debate. It is what it is. And I go to the next person. And we already debated Deacon HAKAH, and now Brother Yawasap. Out of all the Israelites, I put out a challenge to, only Deacon HAKAH and Yawasap is the only people in the Israelite community that have stepped up and said, I will debate you.
You see that?
That's it.
And that's why we're here today, man. We got Captain Yawasap of GADAL GABARYAM facing up against Ron Dalton Jr. Of the Hebrews to Negroes Network. We came together. This is a very important debate on a Versus platform. Of course, it has to be on a Versus because that's the only place where it counts. But this is a very important debate. The title today is Esau the progenitor of the white man? And this is very important because this is one of the stronghold doctrines that most Israelite factions hold to. And Ron Dalton Jr. is here to make an attempt to tear that down with everything he has and all the scholarship. So firstly, I want to give a shout out to Captain Yawasap of GADAL GABARYAM. If you guys can reach out to him and his congregation, the brothers over there, Panah, Gawar, shout out to them, and support those brothers. If you got any questions or you need an understanding in terms of their school of thought, reach out to GADAL GABARYAM on the Instagram and all platforms. Also, shout out to God First Gang. The brother want to shout out to all the camps as well as the Truth of the Bible. So shout out to Captain Yawasap for pulling up today. Captain Yawasap, how you feeling, King?
I'm blessed and highly favored, man. Let's get it going.
You trying to get straight to it.
Hey,
shout out to my brother, man. Also support Ron Dalton Jr. on Hebrews to Negroes Network, h2ntv.com. He has excellent lessons on the Canaanites, DNA like E1B1A, as well as the breakdowns of Gog and Magog. He also has a new edition of the movie out, Hebrews to Negroes 3, Volume 3, and that's Gog and Magog armies versus the Israelites. So if you can support the brother at h2ntv.com. Without further ado, we're going to get right into the rules. This is one of our lengthy debates. It's a lot of scholarship. It's a lot of information. So everybody, if you can, stay tuned in and make sure you have your pen, your pad out, your Bible. And we're going to try to keep you educated the entire time. I'll go over the rules right quick. Of course, sorry, I'm your host, Christian Corey, and I'm here to make sure that the spaces are moderated and everything is on point. So we'll start off with the order. The challenger always goes first in each round. So these are the rules. Make sure both parties is paying attention as well as the audience. Challenger always goes first in each round. That would be Captain Yawasap of GABARYAM. He will be going first in each round today. The intro is 2 minutes each. In the intro, you want to give clarity of who you are, the school or congregation you're with, what you'll teach today, and what your opponent will not. Bible verses are not allowed to cite in this section. So both parties will give 2 minutes apiece. Bible verses are not allowed to cite in this section. Pushing over to round one. Round one will be 25 minutes each. 25 minutes each. Captain Yawasap will be going first, then Ron Dalton Jr. But with this round, you will set and teach on your premise in full using canonical verses, extra biblical sources, and your own wisdom, all while being uninterrupted. All right, so both parties will go. Nobody can interrupt anybody unless it's a technical issue. Round two, that will be 25 minutes each as well. Captain Yawasap will go first. Ron Dalton Jr. will follow after. Over this round, you will set and teach on your premise with the option to rebuttal in full or in parts. Also using canonical verses, extra biblical sources, and your own wisdom, all while being uninterrupted. So that will be round two. Captain Yawasap, you will go first, and then Ron Dalton Jr. Round three is actually an additional round added for 25 minutes as well. With this round, you will set and teach on your premise with the option to rebuttal in full or in part, also using canonical verses, extra biblical sources, and your own wisdom, all while being uninterrupted. And round four is the traditional round of round three rules. Of course, Captain Yawasap will be asking the questions first. Ron Dalton will be on the hot seat. Then Ron Dalton will ask or proceed into his questionnaire to Captain Yawasap in the round four, which is the traditional round three. But this section will be 30 minutes each, and it is the questionnaire, the hot seat. Both parties will be on a hot seat. This round is a Q&A, hot seat style round. You must answer all questions asked to you with answers. No rhetorical question like answers. That's something that is popular amongst people when they're answering questions, but I'm going to, interrupt you guys if you're kind of sending a question back. Even though it's rhetorical, I'm going to say something about it. So just prepare your spirits for that. Ron and Captain Yawasap, do both brothers understand? All right, good deal. I'll move forward. Any yes or no questions must be answered yes or no with the option to expound. If you choose to expound, you have a 1 minute maximum limit, no more than 2 minute limit. You have a 1 minute maximum limit. So you got to be getting to it. All right. Also, you must open up with yes or no. So you have to open it up with a yes or no. So your first word must be yes or no, and then you can proceed into the answer. If you are asking the question, yes or no must be in the question. So if you ask, hey, is Esau the progenitor of the white man? If you want it to be answered yes or no, you must say, is Esau the progenitor of the white man? Yes or no. And then that person is forced or bound to say yes or no. Other than that, they are not forced or bound to say yes or no first. I'll make sure you guys understand that. After the first 30-minute system, the questionnaire is flipped to the opposite opponent for a hot seat of 30 minutes as well. Same rules apply. Do both parties understand?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? All right. After that is your conclusion. That'll be 2 minutes each as well. Give clarity of who you are, the congregation you're with, what you taught today, and what your opponent did not. Now, Bible verses are allowed to cite in this section. So you have the space to cite Bible verses in this section. You just can't do it in the intro. Overall time is based on each side separately. So the total formal debate length is 218 minutes. So this is some extremely dope information and lectures that will be communicated. They wanted to make sure you guys had all the information, and they will be fighting today to prove this thing to be true. Moving on, there is still a post-debate section if they elect to. Of course, the debate is lengthy, but if they elect to, they will have that space. The Versus platform always gives space after the end of the formal debate for a bare knuckle back and forth with no rules and extremely limited moderation and or multiple questions from the audience. They have the options to do that. They're not forced to do that. It's just if they feel like still want to, have a little back and forth, and we can put a time on it like 10 minutes or so. After that, we good to go, man. So if any one of you guys don't have any questions for me, we can get started.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Good.
No,
Let's get
sir.
started.
All right, good deal. So let me set the timer. On each timing section, on the 25-minute rounds, I will be calling time at 10 minutes, 1 minute, and then time. So I'll tell you it's 10 minutes left. Then I'll let you know it's 1 minute left. Then I'll let you know time. That's on the 25-minute rounds. I'll make sure I say it loud and clear. So I will be probably at the same level as you guys are or above your volume. So prepare for that. 30-minute round, it will be very similar. 10 minutes, 1 minute, time. 10 minutes, 1 minute, time. And on the intro and the outro, I'll just say time after the 2 minutes. Other than that, I'll set it right now to 2 minutes for the intro. Yawasap, you up first. Let the brother Ron Dalton know if you need to share your screen on the intro.
Nah, not at all, man. First and foremost, I want to give all praises to the Most High God, Yahweh, and His only begotten Son, Yahweh Shai, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. I'm not here today to win, even though the information is going to prove itself, but I'm here to present the information, show the truth, and if you shall receive it, then you shall receive it. If not, then Lord be with you, brother. So once again, I'm here to prove not if Esau is the Arab. I'm here to prove who is the progenitor of the so-called white man. So there has to be an antithesis on what Ron Dalton is going to show. Ron Dalton is going to show that the progenitor of the so-called white man, or I should say, he's not going to show that the progenitor of the so-called white man is Japheth, because Japheth, as I'm going to present, was a dark-skinned people. I'm going to get into genetics. I'm going to get in anthropology. I'm going to get in archaeology. I'm going to get in biblical precedents showing that Esau went into Europe, and I'm also going to get into prophecy. And with that, I say shalom, man, and let the brother have his 2 minutes.
Okay,
Good
my name is
deal.
Ron.
Hold on, let me
Ron
reset
Dalton.
the time. Let me reset right
Okay,
quick.
good.
If you don't mind. Reset. Brothers, get right to it. All right, I got the time set, Ron. The 2 minutes is on you for your intro.
Yeah, so my presentation is going to prove that Esau is not responsible for the white man and the white races today in the world. And also that the children of Japhet today are white people, and they are not all Edomites. So that's what I'm going to prove today, is that all white people or white races are not the Edomites. And the children of Japhet do exist today, and their forefather is not Edomites. The sons of Japhet is not Esau. I'm going to prove that.
All praise to the Most High. Sounds like Ron Dalton Jr. is yielding the rest of his time on the intro as well. We're going to close out that time and set it to 25 minutes. So quick question, Yawasap, do you need to get a screen up? Or are you good to go?
No, I need to get this screen up. Let me get that up.
All right. Let's make sure you get up, and let's make sure everybody can see it. If somebody can in the chat, just hit if you can see Yawasap's screen.
See that? Can you see that? Can you see that?
Just say we can see it. Once you say we can see it, we turning up. We turning up. Hey, Captain Yawasap, the time frame is set at 25 minutes. Of course, I'm gonna call it at 10, call it at 2, and I'm sorry, call it at 10, call it at 1, and call it at time. The time will start when you start round 1 on Yawasap.
All right, so once again, is Esau the progenitor of the so-called white man? Let's just get right into it, right? 1 second. Let me just move this y'all my way. What is Esau's appearance biblically? So if we go to Genesis 25, starting at 23, and the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from the bowels, and one people shall be stronger than the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, they were twins in her womb. So we see they're separate nations, and they shall be separated from the bowels, and they're 2 different people. Now let's look at this. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment. Now you see the Hebrew word on the side being reddish or ruddy, but it's in comparison to something very special here. All over like a hairy garment. Let's see what this hairy garment is, right? 1 second. It says right here. Boom. So this is Exodus 26 and 14. And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and the covering above of badger skin. This is the hairy garment that Esau is being compared to. Now let's look at this word and see what it says. To show blood, flush or turn rosy, to be red, to cause to show red. So this, who's the only people that you can see blood out of their face, especially when they born, that is the so-called white man. Let's just paint the picture. This is within the lost myth and lost tribes of myth. This is on page 85. But Genesis 25:25 declares that the ancestor of Edom was born red all over like a hairy garment. Give me 1 second. Pause my time. 1 second. Because y'all are in my way and I can't read. 1 second. Y'all in my way. Give me 1 second, Salakia. How the hell?
What is it? The chat or something?
Y'all are in my way. I'm trying to get y'all out my way. I can't even see my mouse. Give me 1 second.
I pause the time.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you can assist with, Ron? Are you familiar with it?
I can minimize the chat.
No, it's not the chat. It's us.
It's y'all in my way and I can't read my information.
Can he just
I literally see y'all 3.
Can you just do full screen? Full screen.
I am full screen, brother. I can't. Y'all in my way. Me, myself, Corey, and yourself is in the way of my information.
Let me see. Fit to window. View.
Yeah, because I can.
Let me stop me from sharing real quick. I'm gonna try.
One of the brothers says take it all full screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do. Stop me from sharing, Ron, because I can't stop it.
Okay. Okay, wait. Let me see. Oh, yeah, here we go, right here. Okay.
Okay. All right. We good.
We good. All right.
Yes, sir.
Time is still good. We still in round 1, Captain Yawasap. But of course we can't see your screen now. We can just see it behind you, just to let you know.
Yeah, Ron. I don't know what you did, brother. Stop sharing my screen. Just do me that favor real quick. Stop me.
Well, I'm not sharing anything. You just have to share like Deacon HAKAH did last time.
I did, but I'm asking you to completely take away my permission from sharing so I can do something.
Okay, I just did.
All right. Give me a second, man.
Also, another thing that might help is if you slide to your left and we possibly just look at the computer the screen.
I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Salakia for the technical difficulties.
Oh, you good? We in here.
All right, so boom. Let me 1 second.
Yeah, that's exactly how I do it all the time. And then the screen is right there.
Okay. Nah, man, nothing popping up now. Give me a second. Give me 1 second.
You good?
I can't even see y'all. Give me a second.
We can see your screen though.
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
I can't even get nothing up. I don't know what's going on. Give me a second. Give me a second, man. Yeah, bro. Do. All right, boom. Make this large. All right, so there you go. I'm not sharing no more, right?
No, we don't see it.
Salakia.
No, you good, King. Take your time, man. Y'all like to chat up, man. What's going on? Who y'all got in the chat? We got a lot of supporters in here today. Shout out to Ron Dalton Jr. and the gang. And shout out to the God First gang in the room, man, supporting Yawasap. All right.
Yeah.
We already don't turned up, man. The lesson don't already turned up, so we finna go somewhere with it. I heavily appreciate this debate from both sides. All right.
All right. I think I got it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. This is crazy. This is what happens when you a hood nigga. Work shit, boy. You know what I'm saying? All right, boom. Boom. Y'all see that?
Yeah, we see it. We back.
All right, all praises to the Most High
back.
Christ. Let's go.
Hey, the time will start when you start, brother. Let's get it.
I get y'all niggas out my way, bro. All right, boom. All right, so boom. But Genesis 20:25 declares that the ancestor of Edom was born red all over like a garment of red goat hair. The tabernacle demanded ram skin for its decoration. Let's continue, right? Let's continue. So it says there are over 50 shades of red. So how do we determine what type of red is mentioned here in Genesis 25? First, in the Hebrew language, there is only one word for red. Secondly, context clues tells us what type of red it is. Genesis 25:25 states, like an hairy garment. The hairy garment is in reference to the ram skin in Exodus 26:14, a white ram skin that is to be dyed red and hung over the tent of the tabernacle in ancient times. Therefore, Esau was red as the ram skin that was dyed in the tabernacle. The dye used was from blood of a bug living in a certain Mediterranean area, who consistently matches this description of their color when they come out of the womb, the so-called white man, right? You also see right here in Exodus 36:19, and you see the color of the dyed red goat skin is blood red. This only shows one person on the world. Now, let's get into scriptural and historical evidence of Edom in Europe. Now, look at this bust of Antipater the Idumean and Marcus Agrippa. Both of them historically known to be Edomites, and they both look like the so-called white man to me. But let's continue. This is Esther 3:1. Now it says, after these things did King Ahasuerus promote Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite. Now in 1 Samuel 15:18, he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites. Amalek is a son of Esau. So what do you see? Haman, the Agagite, is an Edomite. Let's continue. In the editions of Esther 16:10, for Haman, a Macedonian, the son of Amadatha. So now you see the Agagite, the Amalekite, the Edomite is in Macedonia. Macedonia is in modern day northern Greece. Now look at 1 Maccabees 1:1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kittim, had smitten Darius the king of the Persians and Medes, and he reigned in his stead first over Greece. So now you see even Alexander the Great comes from Macedonia, which we're going to continuously see that Edomites dwelled in this land and then conquered Greece after the Peloponnesian Wars. But let me show you, right? This is 1 Maccabees 1:9, and it says, after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied upon the earth. Remember, in 1 Maccabees 1:3, it says Esau is the border of wickedness. They're the most evil people upon the face of the earth. Now, this is 1 Maccabees 1:14, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. Now, all of this is going to be important when I pull up the next historical source. This is Hebrews 12:16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau. So Esau is the pinnacle of fornication, the pinnacle of evil, the pinnacle of being profane. Now look at this source. Love in ancient Greece. It says, nevertheless, it seems quite likely that pederasty was not introduced into Greece, or at any rate did it prevail there to any great extent before the Dorian invasions. I'm going to show you who these Dorians are. For in historical times, we shall soon see it flourished mainly and attracted most attention among the populations of Dorian descent. Homer describes the Achaean and Mycenaean civilizations of the 13th and 12th centuries BC, the Bronze Age. To all appearance, it was the Dorian invaders of the 11th century BC who introduced into Greece both the use of iron and homosexual practices. And Plutarch's Ecrius, on the other hand, the champion of heterosexual, exclaims, homosexuality resembles the son born late of parents past their maturity, or a bastard child of darkness seeking to supplant his elder brother legitimate love. These dudes is disgusting. To view the games in which youth then first began to strip for exercise, what is that? Before gymnasiums, quite quietly at first, he started touching and embracing the boys. Hey, yo, there can be no doubt that the development of homosexuality was connected with the rise of gymnasia and arenas in which boys practiced 5 exercises. So what do you see? This came from the Dorian invasion. Now, according to the source, the Dorian invasions brought in practice of homosexuality and building of gymnasiums to the Greeks. The Dorians were said to invade southern territories of Greece, and they themselves originating in the Balkans, which is northern Macedonia, the very same place that we just showed, or I should say, I just showed that Edomites dwelled. Let's continue. In the Peloponnesian War, what are the effects of the war? The war made Greek civilization weak in terms of military and economy. In its aftermath, Greek city-states were no longer as united as they were under the Delian League. In addition, the war exalted the resources of previously powerful states such as Athens. The rise of the kingdom of Macedon was also one of the Peloponnesian War's effects. The kingdom came from the north, exploiting the weak and divided city-states, and took over most of the Greece from 350 to 338 BCE. King Philip of Macedonia, which is Alexander the Homo's father, King Philip II of Macedonia established an empire that covered most of the region. Alexander the Great, his heir, later used the nation and the Macedonian Empire as a starting point in his endeavor to invade Persia. Let's continue. Now it says right here, we have seen that Greece was never unified. There was even dispute throughout the history of the Greeks as a people as to exactly who were entitled to be styled Greeks. In particular, the question arose reference to the Macedonians when they came to power under the leadership of King Philip, father of Alexander the Great. So what do you see? That the Macedonians at a certain point in time in antiquity were not even Greeks and were not considered to be Greeks. The Macedonians spoke a dialect of Greek language, and Philip adherently contended that he and his people were entitled to be considered as true Greeks. The claim was hotly contested so long as the people of Greece, in the narrower sense, had the power to hold out against a man whom they regarded as a usurper. Let's continue. Now, Alexander the Great. Biographical sources claim that Alexander was not dark-skinned. I'm going to show you that the original inhabitants of Greece were dark-skinned. Plutarch complained that the painter Apelles made him too swarthy looking, which is dark-skinned, saying he was actually white and even ruddy. Sounds like Esau in Genesis 25, in the face and chest. It is possible that this reflects a Thracian strand in his ancestry, since the ancient Thracians were known to have some blondes and red-haired people among them. Other authors claim that he had one blue eye and one black. Let's continue. Now, Theodosius, which is a primary source going back to Greece. The country by the sea, which is now made Macedonia. Alexander, the father of Perdiccas, and his forefathers, who were originally Timidae from Argos. This is very important to understand. All right, let's continue to paint the picture. The expansion of the Macedonians was associated with Herodotus and Thucydides with the royal house, the Timidae of Argos and Peloponnese. Now, Timidae, let's jump down to the bottom. The suffix "idai" means offspring or descent. So Timidae means descendant of Teman or Teman, which is the son of Esau, according to Genesis 36 and 11. So what do you see? Alexander the Great and his forefathers are saying that they are the sons of Teman, the children of Esau, and come from Macedon. This is what history shows. I ain't make this up. Let's continue. Now, this is King Alexander the First. This is Alexander the Great, or I should say Homo, grandfather, the first Macedonian in the Olympics. This changed at the turn of the 5th century BCE. At this time, King Alexander of Macedonia wanted to participate in the athletic competition of Olympia. When he attempted to enter the Hellenodike, the judges of the competition denied his request. Why? Because he wasn't a natural-born Greek. There was naturally prejudice against Alexander's people since they lived so far away from the rest of the Greeks. Let's continue. All discussion of this exact point is still somewhat problematic, but it's quite clear to the most casual physical inspection that the Greek is of a physical type much more closely akin to the dark-skinned and dark-eyed Mediterranean races. So if the original inhabitants of Greece were dark-skinned, and the original inhabitants of Greece are known as Javan, and Javan is a son of Japheth, that means Japheth, Mr. Ron Dalton, that means Japheth is not the so-called white man. They're dark-skinned. Let me read that again. Greek is of a physical type much more closely akin to the dark-skinned and dark-eyed Mediterranean races than to the fair-skinned, blue-eyed Indo-Germanic tribes. Yet, the language of the Greeks is unequivocally of the Indo-Germanic family. Quite possibly, to the explanation of this anomaly may be found that the theory of a prehistoric invasion of Greece by a Germanic race. So what are they saying? That there had to be an invasion in Greece so these languages can begin to reflect the more fair and white-skinned and blue-eyed races. Let's continue. Now, from Strabo to Homer to Thermopylae to Thucydides to Anacharsis to Pliny, all primary sources of antiquity, you can't get around these guys, have Macedonia outside the ancient borders of Greece. I'm going to repeat that. They have Macedonia outside the ancient borders of Greece. With this illustration of Ardag, the Greek cries of Macedonia is Greece is shown once again to be nothing more than a fabrication. The ancient boundaries of Greece do not coincide with the modern Greek borders. These ancient frontiers of Greece are the basis which the present Greek state is using for the claims on Macedonia. According to Herodotus, from the establishment of the kingdom till the time he was writing his histories around 430 BC, Macedon had been ruled by 7 kings. Herodotus names all kings, and the first to the last are as follows: Perdiccas, Argius, Philip, Arapus, Acletus, Amyntas, I'm probably butchering some of these names, and Alexander. During the reign of these Argod kings, Macedon was a minor kingdom on the fringes of the Greek world, and for the most part was not involved in Greek politics. So you continuously see that what the historians say, what the primary sources say, is Macedonia was not a part of ancient Ionia, aka ancient
10 minutes left.
Let's continue. Now look at this. It says Amalekites, a powerful people who dwelt in the Arabian deserts between the Red and Dead Sea. A tradition prevails that a small number of Amalekites colonized the part of Greece where the stock whence the Macedonians sprung. I didn't write this book. Let's continue. This is the Erythrae, one of the 12 cities of Ionian League on the coast opposite the land of Chios, allegedly founded by a party from Crete. Erythrae enjoyed free and immune status under Alexander the Great and the Seleucids. This is important to understand. Now let's go to a following source. The Phoenicians therefore came from the Red Sea in the days Iowa and her brother Pharanius, king of Argos, and made them fly everywhere from the Red Sea, some into Egypt with their young king, and others to the Philistines, their next neighbors, and the enemies of David. And this flight gave the Philistines to call many places Erythra, in the memory of the Erythrians or Edomites. So now you have these people who are known to be where? Let's jump down. The name Erythrae comes from the ancient Greek word meaning red. The Erythrians were cited to be located in Western Turkey, Crete, and other sections in Ionia, which is Greece, in the 4th century BCE. This is how the lighter-skinned people and the white-skinned people began to have an influx in invading in Greece and conquering. This is history. Let's continue. Now, this Aramaic Targum in Lamentations 4, right? Let's see what it says. It says, after this, your iniquity will be finished, O congregation of Zion, and you will be freed by the hands of the King Messiah and Elijah, the high priest, and the Lord will no longer exile you. And at the time, I will punish your iniquities, wicked Rome, built in Italy and filled with crowds of Edomites. So why is the Aramaic Targums saying that Esau is wicked Rome, built in Italy, filled with crowds of Edomites? That has to be explained. Now, when you read it in the KJV, verse 22, it says, the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. Meaning, you're not getting carried away into captivity no more. You're not going to get punished no more. And you're going to return from exile under the Messiah. Then he will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. So what does that show? That Edom, Esau, has to be the last ruling kingdom before the return of the Messiah and the last people to have the children of Israel within captivity. Simple to understand. Now, this shows the invasions of who are known as the Romans conquering and forcing out the Etruscans, the sons of Japheth, who are the original inhabitants of what we call Italy today. Now it says, it was a tiny nation which began in certain career after the expulsion of the Etruscan kings about 500 BC. The territory of the Roman public thus far comprised only the city with neighboring fields for a very few miles around. I'm going to jump down to page 124. It says, from the annexed districts, Rome could draw an ever-increasing body of brave and hardy citizen soldiers. It was this steady agriculture expansion of Rome, remember that word, agriculture, farmers, you're going to see something later. It was this steady agriculture expansion of Rome, which is in little over 2 centuries after the expulsion of the Etruscan kings, made the little republic on the Tibet mistress all of Italy. The Etruscans, who I'm going to show soon, were dark-skinned people, the original inhabitants of what we call today Italy. Now look at this. The Jews generally call the Romans Idumeans, and the Roman Empire the cruel empire of Edom. It is difficult to guess their reason, since Italy and Rome are far from Idumea and have never had an affinity with the Idumeans. When the more learned rabbis are asked whereof, they maintain the great assurance and obstinacy that the Idumeans embraced Christianity, settled themselves in Italy, and extended their dominions. Even the modern day Jews say this, man. Even the Jews in the medieval times say this, man. Now, this is on traditions concerning the Edomites in this source, page 232. It says, this foretold by the prophets and all their denunciations of the severest plagues against the house of Esau, the cities of Edom and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome, and the Christians. Why the Christians? It's talking about the Vatican Church, the Pope, the people who control what you see known as Christianity today. Let's continue. This is on page 590 in this source dealing with Obadiah. Now it says again on verse 2, I have several times shown that from Edom proceeded the kings who reigned in Italy and who built up Rome to be great among the nations and chief among the provinces. In this way, Italy and Greece and all the western provinces became filled with Idumeans, the so-called white man. Now, even Herod the king, right? This Herod Agrippa the first, he was the son of Archelaus, son of Herod the Great. He was an Idumean or an Amalekite. Now, you know how these people look. They look like the so-called white man. I just showed their lineage within the previous slide. Now, let's continue. Now, this is in another source. Look what it says right here. Lord of the universe, it is not enough for your sons what the evil kingdom of Edom, Rome, did to them. Let's jump down. And there will be a great hatred between them and the children of Esau, Rome, the so-called white man. You have to explain all of this. Now let's continue. Edom is compared to a pig and to an eagle, as is Rome and Edom and Seir and Esau. All were symbols of Rome. Now look at this eagle. This is the god Quas, found in Petra. What is Petra? Mount Seir. This is an eagle that has a lightning bolt under his talons, found right there in the Timanas Gate. Teman, once again, there goes that name again, right there in the Timanas Gate in ancient Mount Seir. Now let's continue. During the period of Alexander the Homo, aka the Great, the eagle began to appear on the coinage of Hellenistic royalty. Alexander did not invent the motif of the eagle on a thunderbolt. So now you have Alexander the Great bringing the eagle with the thunderbolt under it, the god Quas of Mount Seir, to Greece. That wasn't there before Alexander the Great. Let me read that again. Alexander did not invent the motif of the eagle on the thunderbolt or an enthroned Zeus with an eagle, but his coinage popularized the image as the increased coin production and had many types. His successors continued and sometimes modified this imagery, with the eagle appearing on the coinage in Ptolemy I, Philip III, and Antiochus I of Seleucia. You can't make this stuff up, man. Now, even the SPQR, these goddamn Romans, it says ancient Romans esteemed the eagle and adopted it as a symbol of victory. Pliny the Elder, another primary source, wrote extensively on eagles, noting that they possessed excellent eyesight and were skilled parents. Symbolically, he claimed eagles were the only creature immune to lightning strikes, underscoring their divinity. Up to modernity, or modern times, eagles are depicted with lightning bolts clutched in their talons. This all goes back once again to what? To ancient Mount Seir, Petra, the Edomites. Now look at this. These are coins right here, look like so-called white man to me, all of the family of Herod and the Herodians that ruled, and they were known to be Idumeans. Now you also have the Al-Uzza, which is a goddess, look like a white lady to me, look like Karen complaining about a Jake. Now look at this dude over here, look like Trump when he was a little younger. These are gods in ancient Mount Seir. Let's continue. Now, this is a 13th
Less than 1 minute
century
left.
Sephardic perspective. Look at this 13th century Sephardic perspective. Sefer Yosef HaMenkana, which boasts that we Jews are from a clean and white, meaning pure seed. Therefore, our faces are black. And then the Song of Solomon 1 and 5 is used as a reference. Now, look what he says. But you, speaking of Esau, from the red seed of menstruation, therefore your visages are pale and reddened. Even the medieval Jews, the Sephardic Jews, the dark-skinned Jews of Europe said Esau's faces are pale and red. Now, this is the Khazarian correspondence letter in the 10th and 11th century CE. It says, interestingly, this letter provides not only history of conversion.
Time. Shout out to Captain Yawasap wrong with GABARYAM in round one, lighting it up with an excellent PowerPoint. 25 minutes of edification. We're going over to round one of Ron Dalton Jr. of Hebrews to Negroes Network. Shout out to both brothers for coming together. The name of the title, just in case for people that I've seen some people just coming in, is Esau, the progenitor of the white man. I'm your host, Christian Corey. We'll be going right over to Ron Dalton Jr. Ron Dalton Jr., I'm setting the time, but my question to you would be, you sharing the screen or anything? You got
Yeah, hold on, let me share the screen. Hold on. I'm here.
No problem. And we'll reset at 25 minutes. And light up the chat, man. Who y'all got? Taking this one, Ron Dalton Jr. in the first round right now. Ron Dalton, I'm gonna call it at right around 10 minutes left, right around that 1 minute left, and then time. So once you start, we'll start. Once you start, we'll start. Let's get it going. I already like this one.
Can you
like this one?
you see the screen?
Yes, it says round one. That's what I can see.
Okay, everybody can see it?
Hit the chat if you can see it. Hit the chat.
Can you hear me?
Yawasap, can you see it? I can hear you clearly. Shouldn't go there. Yeah,
you good, Ron. I can see everything. I can see you clearly. You good to go, bro.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. All right, so Yawasap used a lot of books and sources from the very same people that he calls Edomites, from probably like 400 years ago, 1,000 years ago, going back to the Greeks and the Romans. Anyway, a lot of people look to Black Hebrew Israelite camps for their instruction when it comes to Bible teaching and end times biblical prophecy. Hot topics are: is Esau the white man? Is he the white man because of red skin or red hair? Move this out the side, or red pottage. And the question is, are there humans with white skin the color of blood? He said that, blushing in the face, all this stuff. But in reality, when you see white people, even babies and even adults, when they're in their natural inhabitants, they're white, they're not red. Neanderthals had red hair, the Paracas had red hair, and the Nephilim had red hair. And we're going to get into their skin complexion too. So the giant of Kandahar in Afghanistan had red hair. He had 6 fingers, 6 toes, 12 feet tall. He was depicted as a white giant, not an Afghanistan ethnic giant with the red hair. The Paracas skulls discovered in Peru in 1928 is over 3,000 years old. Goes back to 900 BC. The maternal DNA of the Paracas skulls is the same maternal DNA that's seen in Native American Indians in North America, and their hair is red. Nephilim giants and Homo neanderthalis existed before Esau was born. The trait for red hair and white skin existed prior to Esau's birth. The Neanderthal man existed. He was a man. He did live. He walked on 2 feet. He had white skin. He had red hair, and he was hairy. Therefore, he was a white man. there, and he exists before Esau existed. This is known fact. Esau is not the progenitor of the white race, the white man, even hairy or red hair, whatever you want to use. We see also in the black population that you can have phenotypes where black people can have white skin, like albinos or light-skinned black people, and they can have red hair as well. And you can also find Negroes that have bound Negroes that have hairy skin. That's just a trait that comes from two parents. Anyway, so here we see the Sudanese ambassador, a Somalian ambassador. They're all black. The Hassa, the Nile Saharan, the Cushitic, the Bantu Negroes, they have the same DNA as the Israelites. Us in America have the same DNA as we see that they're black. The Khoisan is black. The African pygmy is black. Are there any white people in Northeast Africa or East Africa, indigenous? No. What about any Edomites in East Africa or Africa in general? Yes, there are. Could there be any black Edomites in Africa? Of course. Are these black Edomites black only because of their Shemitic or Hamitic mothers? Because remember, Esau did marry with the daughters of Canaan and also the daughters of Ishmael. Where is the land of Edom? And we need to figure that out. Also, how many lands did Edom occupy in the Bible times? Did the Gentiles switch up the location of the true land of Edom or the land of Seir? And who are the Horites and the Edomites to the tourists from finding out where the true land of Canaan is? Let's look at Jasher, because Jasher is also used by the Hebrew Israelites when they talk about Esau and Zepho and the white man, and Kittim and Javan. So in Jasher chapter 10, verse 20-9, it says, Seir, the son of Hur, the son of Hebi, the son of Canaan. Wait a minute. So if Esau left the land of Canaan and went and intermarried and had children with the Horites, like Amalek, then according to Joshua, which the Hebrew Israelites they ascribe to, means that Esau was having a child, Amalek, with a black daughter of Canaan. Because remember, the Canaanites were one of the sons of Ham. The land of Ham is Africa. The descendants of Cush, Mizraim, and Put are black. How can Canaan be a white man? He has to be black. So therefore, if the Edomites were light-skinned black people, let's say ruddy, and he did have children with Canaanites in the Horite land and in the land of Canaan, and it says that these were all Canaanites. It says in the red letters, it says, and he called the city which he built Seir, according to his name. That is the land of Seir unto this day. These are the families of the children of Ham. Ham is the land of Africa. Africans are black, not white. Indigenous Africans are black, not white. Let's look at the story of Jacob, because Jacob left the land of Canaan per the Bible and set south north for Padan Aram, or the city of Haran, where Laban and Rachel and Leah lived. So remember, he got two wives in Haran, which is Laban's daughters, and then he got two maidservants, Zilpah and Bilhah, in this area. And then he came back from the north. Look at that. Padan Aram is way up north. And then he left Padan Aram and came all the way back down south to get to the land of Canaan per this Bible map. Notice how Edom is way below the land of Canaan. It's further south, past the land of Canaan. But Jacob was trying to get to the land of Canaan, not to the land of Esau or the land of Edom. In Genesis chapter 32:3, it says, Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, into the land of Seir, the country of Edom. The book of Joshua says that the Horites are Canaanites. But we are believing that the Horites may be another race of people. And according to the biblical maps, Edom is below the land of Canaan. But he still sends messengers to the land of Seir and in Edom, far beyond and south of the land of Canaan. Why did he do this? Why did he do this if Jacob didn't have to pass through Edom or the land of Edom to get to the land of Canaan? It says that Jacob says to Esau in Genesis chapter 33:14, let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly according as the cattle that go before me, and the children be able to endure until I come to my Lord and to Seir. Why is Jacob going to the land of Edom, or some land known as Seir, which people believe today is in the tip of southern Israel or parts of Jordan, when the land of Canaan is north of this? Why would he have to traverse through the land of Edom or the land of Seir if the land of Canaan was north of Edom? Numbers 20 and 21, the Exodus route. Moses leaves Egypt and he sends messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Why did he do that? Moses tells the Edomites, behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of thy border. Moses says, let us pass, Edom, I pray thee, through thy country. Esau refuses. Why does Moses have to pass through the land of Edom to get to the land of Canaan? So now we're confused now on the map. Moses and the Israelites leave Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of Edom's border, and journey to Mount Hor. The Moses and the Israelites, according to the Bible in Numbers 21:4, it says Moses and the Israelites keep traveling south after leaving Egypt, following the path of the river of reeds. This is Yawasap. Yawasap in the Hebrew is the river or large body of water of reeds. This is the Nile River, not the Red Sea. Sending spies ahead of the caravan. You can read Numbers 21 for yourself, even in the Hebrew. The king Arad of the Canaanite finds out when Moses and the Israelites are traveling away from Egypt south, following the pathway of the Nile River. He sends spies, and the king of Arad the Canaanite finds out that Israel sent spies, and he fights against the Israelites and took some of the Israelites prisoners. The Israelites fight back and destroy the cities of Arad the Canaanite king. They named the place Hormah. So the Israelites left Egypt, traversed and went around the land of Edom, following the path of the Nile River, trying to get to the land of Canaan. Then the Israelites run into another Canaanite tribe, the Amorites, and their territory in the same chapter, Numbers 21:25. In the same chapter, Numbers 21:25, it says that Moses made a bronze serpent and put it on a pole, and so it was. And if any serpent had bitten anyone in the Israelite camp, and they looked upon the bronze serpent, he lived. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin. The Hebrew word for bronze is Nekusha or Nekusheth. Israel, or the current land of Israel today, even the land known as Edom, has no tin mines. The Jews try to solve this dilemma by saying Moses and the Israelites got their tin from Europe. But remember, Moses did not have logistics. He didn't have ships. He didn't have trucks. He didn't have Amazon. So how did he get the tin to make the bronze serpent when there's no tin in modern day Israel? This is proof because the Jews did their own study saying, we don't know where the tin came from to get bronze in ancient Israel because there are no tin mines in Israel. Oh, the Jews got the tin from England. So I guess that Moses and the Israelites, they called and got a shipment of tin shipped to Israel to make anything that had to do with bronze. Makes no sense. Despite being a land of well-watered, deep lakes, rivers, streams, springs, torrents, all these rivers in so-called land of Canaan, we see that in modern-day Israel, that's not the case. We know that along the banks of the Nile River, you see all these reeds growing. So the Red Sea is not the real Red Sea, which connects to the Gulf of Aqaba to the tip of Esau's dominion, but it's the Nile River. The Nile River is the river of reeds, or Yawasap. So after crossing the Nile River in Egypt or Sudan with Moses and the Israelites, then they continued to follow the pathway of the Nile. This is the Numbers chapter 21:4, going towards Ethiopia. This is what we believe today is the land of Edom. Notice the Red Sea also extends into the Gulf of Aqaba, right here. This is the Gulf of Aqaba. No reeds growing on the banks of the Gulf of Aqaba, nowhere. Nowhere. There are no papyrus reeds growing here. Never has been, never will be. Why? Wake up. But here's the Nile River. Look at all these papyrus reeds growing from Egypt all the way to Uganda and Lake Victoria. Papyrus reeds are all over the place, flowing down the banks for miles. The Bantu people call Moses the son or the king of the reeds. Why? Because Moses was put in a reed basket that they got from the Nile River. The word suf is reeds in the Hebrew. Numbers 21:4 says that the Israelites journeyed with Moses south, leaving Egypt, and they crossed the Nile, the Red Sea, the river of reeds, and then they continued by the pathway of the Red Sea or the Nile River to compass, meaning to go around the land of Edom, because Edom didn't let them through. They had to go around the land of Edom. So how would they go around the land of Edom? Following the pathway of the Nile River or the river of reeds. Genesis 36 shows that the African Black Hamitic Canaanite women in the land of Canaan had children with the Edomites, just as the Israelites had children with the Canaanites in Judges chapter 3 and Ezra chapter 9. But the Israelites are black, not white. Remember, the first wives of Esau was Canaanites. The first wives of the Israelites were also Canaanites. Look at Judah and his first wife. However, the Israelites are black, but the Edomites are white. Where are the white Israelites? If we mix with the same people in the beginning of the Bible and Esau so-called white. The African pygmy's maternal DNA on the mother's side is L0A, L1C, L2A. It is seen in Central, West, East, and South Africa. Even American Negroes have this maternal DNA. Do anybody in Africa that are the descendants of the Canaanites and their father is Esau, do they have this maternal DNA L0A, L1C, L2A? No. Do anybody white in Europe, in Western Europe, in Russia, and the Caucasus Mountain have the maternal DNA of the Canaanites? L0A, L1C, L2A? The answer is no. When the Israelites first entered the land of Canaan, before they even had a king during the time of the judges, they intermarried with the Canaanites just as Jacob's sons did and the Edomites did. Esau took wives in Canaan and bore children in Canaan, in Africa, the land of Ham. Adah, he bore Eliphaz, black. Aholibamah bore Jerush, black, and Jalam, black, and Korah, black. Basemath, the descendant of Ishmael's daughter. Ishmael was the product of Abraham, and Hagar, the black Egyptian, bore Ruel. These are black people. So Esau's first children were born to black women, black Arab Ishmaelites, black Canaanites. How could they be the progenitor of white people? Eliphaz is reported to have sons, Timon, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Ganaz. Eliphaz had a Horite concubine, Timnah, who bore Eliphaz Amalek. But according to the book of Joshua, the Horites were Canaanites. Canaanites are Hamites. The land of Ham is Africa. According to Genesis 36:16, Eliphaz only had children born in the land of Edom. That was Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. Remember, the book of Joshua says that the children of Seir were Canaanites, and Esau had his first children from the Canaanites, and it made Isaac mad. So Timon, Omar, Zepho, and Janaz had to be born in the land of Canaan, where Jacob and Esau was living before Esau left. Let's keep going. The Israelites, okay, let me move this out the way. The Israelites claim Esau as progenitor of the white race. Miriam dictionary progenitor means an ancestor in the direct line of the forefather. So they say that Esau is the forefather of all white people. So the white Neanderthals and white Homo sapiens exist before Esau was born? Of course they did. You best believe that if we have the maternal Neanderthal DNA X today seen in Europeans and Asians, we definitely have people walking around that have the paternal Y DNA of the Neanderthal man, even though the Gentiles don't want to assign that to anybody. The Neanderthal had children. The Neanderthal was able to procreate with the Neanderthal woman and modern day Homo sapien women. And they had children. This is why we even had the Neanderthal DNA X. The Neanderthal was a white man. He was white and he was a man. He walked on two legs, so he was a white man. He was before Esau. Esau is not the progenitor of the white man. So easy to understand this. Use critical thinking. What's the name? The Neanderthal is a male. How do we know he's a male or a man? Because he cannot get pregnant. A biological male cannot get pregnant. A biological male can impregnate women. A biological human male walks on both feet. He's bipedal. He was not an animal. He's not a gorilla. The Neanderthal man, like it says, he is a man and he is white, not black. We can end the debate right now if we want to, but let's keep going. Did the Edomites become the white race and the white man by subjugating or subduing another nation or moving to another part of the world in Northern Europe or Eastern Western Europe and mixing with them? Just because the land became full with them, does that mean that he just erased on a whole lineage of Japhet? And now where are the children of Japhet today if they're black? But what are the
10 minutes left?
How many minutes?
10 minutes left.
Okay, what if these nations the Edomites encountered were already white before Esau was born? When another nation subdues another nation of people or even migrates to another country, does not completely replace them. Africans and Arabs are migrating from Africa and the Middle East to Europe, but they did not replace white people. Before Esau was born, the children of Japhet lived and had civilizations in the northern part of the earth. When Noah came off the boat with Japhet, he started having children. His children had to be a color. Were they black people like Africans? No, and we're going to prove that. So the Minoan civilization was a Bronze Age civilization flourishing on the Greek island of Crete from roughly 3,500 BC to 1,100 BC. This is a picture of the Minoans right here, a white lady. This is a real picture. 3,500 BC predates the birth of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Esau. So who is this? This is a Minoan woman from the Bronze Age civilization living in the Aegean Sea area of the Greek island of Crete, and this predates Esau. What script did they use? Linear A script is an undeciphered syllabic script used by the Minoan civilization on Crete between approximately 1850 BC and 1450 BC for religious and administrative purposes. The height of the next civilization, the Mycenaean civilization, existed from 1650 BC to 1350 BC. Linear B script was their script, written on clay tablets, represents the early form of the Greek language used by the Mycenaeans from 1400 BC to 1100 BC. The Mycenaean people, this is a fresco of the Mycenaean people right here in a museum in Athens, Greece. It dates back to 1200 BC, predates King David, King Solomon, even Hadad the Edomites and the Herodians in their time when they were living in the land of the Greek, well, they were around the Greeks and Romans back in 2,000 years ago. So these people predate the Idumeans, predate Hadad the Edomite. And as you can see, they're white. White pottery, white paintings, white skulls, or white alabaster skulls right here. Linear B script. They had a script, so obviously they had a civilization. The Etruscans, here we go right here, they have tombs where they were buried at. Tombs, like the Egyptians. This painting on the wall in the tomb is 900 BC. 900 BC. They were separate white people from the Romans. Why did they paint inside their tombs where they died at and were buried at white people? I mean, come on, guys. If the Edomites are these people, then when did they come and replace the whole ethnic group? Did the men of Esau kill all the Etruscan men and impregnate all the Etruscan women, thus replacing the white Edomite seed, causing them to turn into white men and women? Or were they clearly already white, meaning the Etruscans? Is this anywhere in the Old Testament that Esau replaced the Greeks and the Romans in any other white civilizations? No. Is it in the book of Joshua, Jubilees? No, it's not there. The book of Joshua, since the Hebrew Israelites like to use that, it mentions European cities and names like Lombardy and Italia from centuries after the Bible era. How can you have the name Italia when the Italia name is not even a Hebrew Egyptian name? Further confirming that the book of Joshua is a non-ancient origin. It's a 6th century work written by the Gentiles, just as much of what Yawasap has been quoting is from the books of Greeks and Romans. It has a lot of anachronisms, meaning that it cites French cities, European names from periods that are way past the biblical era. It has stuff that is seen in the Midrash, which is the Jewish books. The New Testament, Herodians lived around 1st century AD, almost 1,000 years after the existence of other known white civilization. We already talked about Seir the Horite being a Canaanite port in the book of Joshua. But when you look at the Bible, if the Israelites stand by Joshua or not, Esau in the Old Testament time span, if you look at the Old Testament in the time span from the beginning of creation, say 6,000 BC to 500 BC in the Old Testament, Esau in the Bible, in the Old Testament, only mixed his seed with melanated Shemites, meaning Ishmaelites, and melanated Hamites from Africa, Canaanites and Egyptians with Hadad the Edomite. We know the Canaanites were black, Egyptians were black. Hadad the Edomite had a son named Jenubab. Where are the black Edomites? He cannot be the progenitor of black races and white races if they're saying that he is the progenitor of the white race and that all Edomites are white people. So we have Somalians that are descendants of the Egyptians, they're black. We have the Tuaregs, descendants of Puthites, they're black. We have the Cushites in South Sudan, like the Dinka, they're black. But what color was Canaan? Canaan had to be a black person too, because he was brothers to his other black brothers, the sons of Ham. The Y DNA of the Canaanites and the maternal DNA of the Canaanites is not seen in any white person today. Hello. So that means that if Esau's first children were with Canaanite women, then where is the maternal DNA of black African Canaanite women? Where is the maternal DNA L1, L2, L3, L4, L5, L6? Where's it at in white people's day? It's not there because Esau is not the progenitor of all white people. White people come from mostly Japhet. The tomb of the funeral couch of the intrusive civilization 480 BC. This is a tomb. White people on the inside. Intrusions. Are they Japhet? If so, why are they not black, like he says? Why are they not black if the intrusions are inside their tombs are white people? Here goes some more. The battle scene of the Etruscans in the Francois tomb, central Italy, 380 BC. Looks like white people to me. The Etruscan civilization began around the 19th century BC, and they had a culture. This is another tomb. A white guy. 900 BC. The first Greek author to mention the Etruscans, whom the ancient Greeks called the Tyrrhenians, was the 8th century BC poet Hesiod in his work, the Theogony. He mentioned them as residing in central Italy alongside the Romans. So these guys were living alongside the Romans, but were called a different name by the Romans, because the Romans called them the Etruria. They were not called Romans, they were called a different name. So they're a different ethnic group that were white. It means there were a separate white race of people outside of the so-called black Greeks and Romans that Yawasap says they were the sons of Japhet and they were black. So are there white Edomites who are not Edomites? Yes, because this would contradict the Israelites' argument. Are the children of Japhet black nations? We're going to see about that. We know that Ezekiel 38 says that the 5 to 6 sons of Japhet are going to come to the land of Canaan in the last days to spoil, steal, plunder, and loot the land of Israel and prey upon the children of Israel, meaning that the children of Israel become a prey to the children of Magog, Meshach, Gomer, Tubal, Paras, and Togarmah. This is in the Bible. Ezekiel 38, plunder means to steal, to plunder a land, or take by craft or coercion, trickery, or cleverness, not by direct force, but it can be basically, I'm going to outsmart you to get your land, to get your goods, to get your livestock, to put you under oppression. I'm going to do that with political agreements, financial agreements, military agreements. I'm going to destabilize your country so that I can now get an agreement to have full access to all the minerals of the land of Canaan, silver and gold, which is in Ezekiel 38. Just read it. Subjugation means bringing someone under your control or dominance. Doesn't mean you're going to replace a whole nation. If they want to use the book of Joshua and say, Jeff,
1 minute left.
The Romans are Edomites, we have to use our brain. And Zepho, in the book of Yasher, he basically subdues only the children of Kittim. He is one man. He helps the people of that land to subdue the children of Kittim and subdue Tubal. It doesn't say Zepho and a million Israelites came, or a million Edomites came to Rome and helped subdue the children of Kittim and the children of Tubal. So we're going to continue to expose this lie that the children of Esau and Romans and Greeks are Edomites. The oldest written name of the word Africa is found in Roman text from 100 BC. But the word Africa is in the book of Joshua. So when we look at Edom and Greece, we're going to have to figure out, did Kittim conquer Edom? Did Edom conquer Kittim? Yes, both did. But does that mean that the children of Kittim, when they conquered Esau?
Time. That is round 1 to its completion. Ron Dalton Jr. Make sure you support Ron Dalton at h2ntv.com, where he has movies as well as lessons and other information over there. It'll be bouncing back to my brother, Captain Yawasap of GADAL, GABARYAM. Can I get a quick mic check, Cap?
Yeah.
Quick mic check.
Yeah.
Light up the chat who you got so far in round 1. We're moving over to round 2. All right, round 2 is 25 minutes apiece, but it is the inclusion of the rebuttal section. You have the option to rebuttal. You are not forced. So you can implement rebuttals along with your continuing of your premise. Captain Yawasap, would you be sharing your screen? Yep, I see it up. All right, good deal. So let me reset to 25 minutes. We're going to reset to 25 minutes. All right, we got the time up. Are you all good to go, Cap?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. The time will start when you start. Top of round 2.
All right, so first I want to deal with the book of Jasher. I don't care about the book of Jasher. I don't use the book of Jasher. Then from somebody to go into the book of Jasher to prove their point And then in the very couple slides later, you try to debunk the book of Jasher saying it was written by Gentiles. It's insanity. That makes no, well, what are you doing, bro? Then you use the book of Jasher, but then talk junk about the book. That was crazy. Now, you also said something that made me scratch my head. You said, well, I believe the white race, the Neanderthals, well, they came from the Nephilim. Well, let's say you're right. The Nephilim is in Genesis 6, right? They all died. All of them in the flood. So why would you bring up something in the pre-Diluvian world when all of those Nephilim, if they were white, they're all dead? This is a horrible, this is horrible, bro. Just being quite frank. Then I think you're still hurt from like you and Deacon's debate that he beat you with the whole thing of Israel being in Africa. And we're not talking about land masses. We're talking about who is the progenitor of the so-called white man. Now, let me just read this real quick again, right? Even though I read it in the first round. This is a 13th century Sephardic perspective, right? So it says that we Jews are from a clean and white pure seed, right? Therefore, our faces are black. So you see the Jews in the Sephardic perspective are seen as black. Song of Solomon 1 and 5. But you, speaking of Esau, from the red seed of menstruation, therefore your visages are pale and reddened. Now let's continue. Now this is the Khazarian correspondence letter from the 10th to 11th century CE. It says, interestingly, this letter provides not only history of conversion to Judaism, but offers traditions of lineage according to the people of Khazaria. While some claim to be descendants from Japheth through his son Togarmah, others claim to have migrated from Mount Seir. So you have these quote unquote Khazarians that a lot of them converted to Judaism. A lot of them are claiming to have migrated from Mount Seir. Right? Now, let's go right here. Let's go. The original inhabitants of Europe were dark skinned. You see, all of this right here is a vase from what? From Greece and Italy. Now, you like to go into genetics? Well, let's go into genetics, because I don't think you're being honest with the people and you're not reading the documents. So I'm going to highlight the portions that I know is going to hurt your feelings. Now it says genetic studies show that the genes for light skin were not present in most European populations until after the advent of farming. Remember what I read about the Romans conquering the Etruscans and the agriculture beginning to come into Rome? Look what it says. Were not present in most of European populations until after the advent of farming and subsequent migrations from the Near East and Anatolia. Where's the Near East, buddy? That's the Middle East. That's Israel. That's Edom. That's Syria. So what are the main geneticists all saying right now? That the lighter skinned populations did not go into Europe until migrations from the Near East. Now look at this. Archaeological, anthropological, and skeletal evidence also suggests that some Negroid features and skeletons have been found in prehistoric European sites, indicating populations with very dark pigmentation. These are the original inhabitants of Europe, man. You can't get around this. All the dates that you showed lined up with all the dates that I provided in round one, with the Durian invasion, with the invasion of the Romans to the Etruscans, and with the Macedonian invasion into Greek. All of your dates lined up with mine. It's ridiculous. Now let's continue. Interestingly, these genetic studies also found that early Europeans had dark skin and brown eyes until the beginning, look at the word again, the agricultural revolution, when farmers from the Near East swept across Europe. What are these farmers from? Where's the Near East? Ask it. Google it, Ron Dalton. Where's the Near East? They're the ones that swept across Europe. As the farmers intermingled with native populations, both light skin and blue eyes originated. This is what all mainstream geneticists are saying now. All of them. Let's continue. Now, right here in the highlighted part, it says, the analysis found that ancient Romans were from all over Europe, the Near East, and Northern Africa. Rome was a cosmopolitan melting pot kind of place, says study co-author Jonathan. It was until about 3,000 years ago. That's exactly what I read with the Romans conquering the Etruscans. That's exactly what I read with the Dorian invasion into Europe. It says it wasn't until about 3,000 years ago, and you use those dates too. It wasn't until about 3,000 years ago that the inhabitants of Rome started to genetically resemble modern residents. How do the modern residents look in Rome? Like the so-called white man.
Get 'em.
It's ridiculous, man. Now look at my man Cheddar Bob, right? Cheddar Man. Discovery from modern Britain had dark skin as a reminder we are all African. Now, of course, the so-called white man, the devil that the Bible speaks of, anytime somebody got a little bit of pigmentation, they just call them African. But what this is showing is that the original inhabitants of where? Of Britain was a black man, right? Let's go into the article. It says, so to come face to face with what this guy could have looked like, and that striking combination of the hair, the face, the eye color, and that dark skin, something a few years ago we couldn't have imagined, and yet that's what the scientific data show. They found the Stone Age Briton had dark hair, with the small probability that it was curlier than average. That's what they call it, like kinky, right? And all that, the little curly hair. Everybody love a girl with curly hair. That's besides the point. Blue eyes and skin that was probably dark brown or black in tone. Skin that was probably dark brown or black in tone. This combination might appear striking to us today, but it was a common appearance in Western Europe during this period. Come on, man. Now look at this. Prehistoric man and his story. Now look at to the right, you have the Negroid of Gamardi. This, I'm going to show you where all these Negroid skulls were all found. Now look what it says right here. We found in the burial of the little Negroid and his mother every sign of affectionate care and the same reverent bestowal of the dead that characterized the graves of Moistier, man already described, and those of the Cro-Magnon race. Let's jump down to the highlighted portion. Moreover, since the discovery of this burial, characteristic skulls of the same Negroid affinity have been found in Spain, in Brittany, in Sierra, earlier than the 13th century. Earlier, look at all the dates that you put up, Ron Dalton. Earlier than the 13th century in Sardinia, at Ostrov, and perhaps Caithness. This is in France. This is in Great Britain and Ireland and Scotland. This is in Italy. This is in Germany. This is all over Europe, man. You have to explain this. Now, Greece was home to the earliest European civilizations. The Minoan civilization of Crete, which developed around 2000 BCE. This is what you were talking about, right? And the Mycenaean civilization on the Greek mainland, which emerged about 400 years later. Let's continue. Most of the nations of Europe are usually deduced from Japheth, who's supposed to be identical with the Greek Japetus, the father of Prometheus. It is noticeable that the Greek mythology makes Japetus the ancestor of the human race. So in ancient Greece, they said Japetus was their forefather. So do I agree that Japheth was the original inhabitants of Europe? Absolutely. But what did I just show? That even the geneticists and the people who study the skulls of the ancient civilizations of Europe, that they're dark skinned, they're quote unquote Negroes. Let's continue. It says, from the foregoing, we may assume that lighter types were... I'm gonna read that again. From the foregoing, we may assume that lighter types were not certainly infrequent in Greece, But as a whole, the population was certainly dark complexed. And look, right here to the right, these are the Minoans of Greece in Kaptar. These are dark-skinned people right there on the fresco. You can't make this up. I didn't make this. Let's continue. These figurines suggest that the Minoans belong to the dark-skinned, long-headed Mediterranean race. Look at these people on the right. Those are dark-skinned people. Those are Minoans. So all of the, I'm going to repeat myself. All of the dates that you previously showed all align with what I showed in round one, with the invasion of what is known as the so-called white man influxing into Europe. That's what they began to do. The Bible shows the same thing. Prophecy shows the same thing. Archaeology shows the same thing. Genetics show the same thing. Now look at this. Africans in the Bronze Age in Crete. Right? The captain of blacks from the fresco of Gnosis. Small fragments of a fresco from Gnosis were reconstructed by Arthur Evans as depicting an African warrior. Why do they always say African? Because he's dark-skinned. By a figure with the lighter skin designated that the captain of the blacks. The reconstruction and the designation are, of course, not without their problems. So you have to admit that the dark-skinned people, the original inhabitants of Europe, this is what the evidence shows. This is what history shows. Let's continue, man. This is crazy. Now, why would Greek mythology and Greek deities reflect dark-skinned people? Why? Why would, if you look at the coin right there, why would it look like a Negro right there on a coin in Greece? Why would the Chigi vase found in among the Etruscans in 650 BCE be dark-skinned people? Why would the Greek mythology of Cadmus versus the dragon be dark-skinned people? Why? These are things that you have to just realize and accept. Now it says, Negroes, as was said, were deified as gods in Greek mythology. The chief title of Zeus, the greatest of all Ethiops, that is black. So now you have the chief god Zeus is known to be a black man in Europe. Come on, man. Other black Venuses were melanists, from which is derived melanin, or the pigment in Negro skin, man. This is what the evidence shows. Now let's continue. This right here is in the 16th century BCE. This is a fresco from then. Now it says the earliest evidence of the rectangle shield, tower shield, is from a fresco from the Equatori in the Thera Island. This fresco was clearly painted before the destruction of an island by an earthquake, followed by the volcano's eruption, which based on the most recent seems occurred not later of 1600 BCE. In this fresco, a row of warriors with long spears, swords, boar tusk helmets, and rectangular body shields are depicted. These kind of shields were probably made of hide. In this case, must have consisted of goat hide, as the skin of some goats shown on the fresco depicted with the same color palette of the shield surface. These are dark-skinned people. Look at the goat hide, which is white. Why they ain't white? Let's continue. Now, it says, all the gods of Greece were black. At least this was the case with Jupiter, Bacchus, Hercules, Apollo, Ammon, the goddess Venus, Isis, Diana, Juno, Metis, Ceres, Cybele are black. Now it says, Mr. Franklin makes an observation which is new to me. That is, the ancient Etruscans had the countenances of Negroes as the same images of Buddha in India. Now let's look at the Etruscans right here on the bottom. Does that look like a so-called white man? Does that look like a so-called white man? These are the original inhabitants of Greece, man. These are the original inhabitants of Europe. Simple to understand. Now, it says the Medes were descended from their son Metis of Caucasus. according to the description by Herodotus, a Greek historian of the 5th century BC, known as the father of history, the Chaldeans who dwelt in the land located along the western slope of the
10
Caucasus
minutes
Mountains
left.
near the Black Sea is now the state of Georgia. We're black. He not only pointed that the Chaldeans' black skin and woolly hair as evidence, but also their language, methods of weaving, and practice of circumcision. Now, if you look at who the Medes are, in 1 Chronicles 1 and 5 shows Madai, aka the Mede or the Medes, as the son of Japheth. Now, if you look at the right, this is the Midian soldiers under Darius. These are Medes, sons of Japheth, under Darius. They're not white. They're dark-skinned. Why is the father of history, Herodotus, also saying that Japheth had black skin and woolly hair? Now, this is something known as the shell mounds of Europe. We're going to go into this, right? Now, this says, from geographical point of view, shell deposits have been identified from Norway to the south of Spain, taking in southern Scandinavia, the British Isles, Ireland, France, and Spain. Now, this is according to the Shell Midden Research in Atlantic Europe, state-of-art research, problems and perspectives for the future. So what they're showing in this what can I say, in this archaeological discoveries is that these shell mounds found among Europe are also found amongst the Pacific Islands. And they're the only two people, and I'm going to show this, they're the only two people who have these shell mounds. Let's continue. Now, this is from, of course, the source Ancient and Modern Britain. Now it says, the same eminent authority states in another place, I shall be inclined to look among the Papuan races of New Guinea and New Holland for the nearest allies of men to whom the shell mounds of Europe once belonged. Well, how do these quote-unquote Polynesians look of the Pacific Islands? They don't look like the so-called white man. Of these people, he speaks in the following terms: in the Andaman Islands, in the peninsula of Malacca, in the Philippines, and the islands which stretch from Wallace Line eastward and southward, nearly parallel with the east coast of Australia, to New Caledonia, and finally in Tanzania, men with dark skins and woolly hair. So why is something that's present in Europe is only found present amongst Polynesians? Right. Have to explain that. Now, in the same book, highlighted portion, it says, not only does McHuxty argue from the appearance of certain existing Britons and that they represent in degree a British race of Australoid type, but there are visible, tangible proofs of the previous existence in our island of such a people. These proofs are craniological by the skulls. We know, says the writer of the same pamphlet and subject, that the first inhabitants of Britain, and the more especially those of northern Parsa, were craniological of the type approaching to the Negro or to the Australian race. So what do you continuously see with the genetics, with the study of the skulls? That the so-called Negroes, the original inhabitants of Europe, Japheth, were dark-skinned. Now, let's go into the original inhabitants of Russia, because I know you want to deal with the Gog and Magog. Well, let's deal with the people who originally lived there. Now, the Abkhaz are a people indigenous to the Republic of Abkhazia and the Caucasus region of Eurasia, which is Russia. Now, let's jump down. There is undeniable a significant Abkhaz diaspora living in Turkey, with the people having descended from the Abkhaz exiled by Russia during the 19th century. Now, let's look at how some of these people look like before they got exiled. Now, these are images of Abkhazians in Russia before exile in the 19th century. These are not white people. And these are said to be the original inhabitants of Russia. This has to be explained. Now, this is a primary source, right? This man traveled. This Muslim man traveled all throughout Russia, traveled throughout Eurasia, traveled throughout the Caucasus Mountains. Look what it says. Then we arrived at the Penakegs. They are dark brown and powerful, and they shaved their beards. The Penakegs were a nomadic people of Turkish origin, Japhetic, and dwelled in the steppes of Georgia, Russia. You can't make this up. Let's continue. This is in the villages that Hoxian visited on the river Sora. Where is that? This is Russia. There was no doubt as to the Sharamis complexion. It was dark, unequivocally dark, so dark that he looked carefully for a single instance of light-haired individual. He failed to find one. A dark skin and a long, lank, dark hair prevailed to the exclusion of aught else. This is another example of native populations in Russia having dark complexions, showing the original inhabitants are Japheth, is not white. I'm not writing this. This is all historical sources, man. Let's continue. Now, it is interesting to note that the Cherubdi traced their lineage to two sons of Abraham. Now, who are these people? These are actually African tribes. This is what's very interesting. They are African tribes, black people, okay, in Africa. And they're saying they came from two sons of Abraham, Ishmael and Esau, and that maternally they mix with the African Nubian woman. Right? Now, it says the Turbidi or the Fulan, which claim lineage from Esau, say they go back paternally to Aram. Aram is an Arabic word for Rome. So why are black Africans saying that their paternal line, their father's lineage, is Esau and goes back to Rome, but their maternal lineage, their mother, is a black African or Nubian woman? Why? I thought Romans was the so-called white man. I thought the so-called white man wasn't Esau. Well, the Africans are saying something different. Don't you live in that continent? The Africans are saying something very different. Now let's go into biblical prophecy and who it points to, who Esau is today. Now, everybody open up your notebooks. Now we about to go to class. Now we about to learn some things, okay? Now, Revelation 7 in verse 3, it says, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. So what is John the Revelator saying? Do not hurt the earth. Don't let this destruction happen until the 144 and that great multitude is sealed in Revelation 7. Now, what is this destruction talking about? It's talking about the sixth seal in the previous verses in chapter 6 of Revelation. Now let's see it. It says,
1
and
minute
I beheld
left.
when we had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. And the stars of heaven fell onto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs when she is shaken of a mighty wind. I want you to remember this for the next round. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of its place. I want you to remember all of this for the next round. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every freeman hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. Those are doomsday bunkers. And said to the mountains and the rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb.
Time. Time. That is the end of the top of round 2 for Captain Yawasap and Ron GABARYAM. Shout out to the brothers over there. We got Ronald Dalton Jr. Up on the bottom half of round 2. I'm gonna reset to 25 minutes. All right. Hit the chat and let us know if you guys are enjoying the edification of the debate. Also, make sure you got your Bibles out, you got your notes out, writing down the sources. Both parties is throwing out a lot, so we got to be able to learn and get educated from this information. Ron Dalton Jr., would you be sharing your screen?
Yes, I will. Yes,
All right, if you can reset it up there. And I do have the 25 minutes set for you. So once you get your screen up and we declare that we can see it, it'll start when you start.
Okay. Okay, from current slide.
See what's going on in here.
All right, let's go.
All right. Yep. The floor is yours. We at the bottom of round 2. Ron Dalton, is on you.
All right. So Yawasap keeps mentioning black children of Japheth. Black. So who are these black children of Japheth today? Where are they at today? Obviously, they're not in Europe. They're not in Russia. They're not in the Caucasus Mountain region. They didn't all die off, because they all died off. And how could we have the Gog and Magog's prophecy come to pass? So let's look at the black people today that are living, that are not described to be Hamites, according to the Hebrew Israelites and Yawasap's doctrine.
You gotta mute up, Cap.
Oh, slack it.
Yeah. So let's look at the people that are black today that have to be who he calls the children of Japhet. Remember, in Africa, these are Hamites and the Israelites. And I know they're not saying that the East Indians are the children of Japhet, because we can prove with DNA and linguistics and oral history that the true descendants of Shem and even the Medes Persians are in the Indian subcontinent. So look at the Black Pacific Islanders. A lot of the Israelites, they like to use these guys as the children of Japhet. So these guys are the descendants of Gomer. These guys are descendants of Gomer, Magog, Meshach, Togarmah, and Javan, and Tyrus. Are they these guys right here, the Grecians, the Romans, or are they Israelites? They have to be the Israelites or the descendants of Japheth. Remember, Esau is the white man. When we look at the books that he used in the first round that equates Esau with Rome and Kittim, they're all referred to Joshua. They're going, the Jews are using Joshua and Midrashes, and they're talking about the Idumeans and the Herodians and the Greeks and Romans at the time, as the Greeks and the Romans and the Edomites, they all became Edomites. Like, they just all became Edomites at that point. But anyway, the book of Joshua doesn't say that Zepho subdued and conquered all the sons of Japhet. Zepho fled from Egypt to Europe, and because of his valor and his victory he had, the children that were up there, they said, you know what, we're gonna make you king. And they made Zepho king of Kittim. And while he was king of Kittim, they subdued Tubal. And then in Joshua chapter 90, it says that the children of Kittim then subdued the Edomites, and they dominated them, and they became subjugated to the children of Kittim, meaning the Edomites. So what if we assume that another nation can subdue or conquer another nation and change them from black people to white people? Does that make any logical sense? Can we assume that the Chinese or the Moabites, as they call it, subdued the Hamites, and therefore Sudanese Africans are Moabites? No. Can we assume, things are moving, okay. Can we assume that the Chinese, they subdued or they conquered or they intermixed or took over the whole Native American Indian tribes before they crossed over to North America, Central America, South America, and therefore the Native American Indians are the children of Moab? Because after all, they got Mongoloid features. After all, you may find some maternal DNA that's seen in Siberia and East Asia, also in the Native American Indians. Can we assume that? Obviously, no, because that would jeopardize the 12 tribes chart and make a lot of Latinos, Hispanics, and Native Americans now Moabites. So how can we assume that the children of Esau just took over all of Europe and populated the whole land of Europe, the land of Japhet, with their seed? And we know the land of Japhet is not listed in the Bible as being in the south quarters, because it says the north quarters. It's always referring to the north quarters, never that the children of Japhet are coming from the south quarters. Well, where are the Black Pacific Islanders at? They're in the south right now. So when in history does it say that all the children of Japhet, they migrated to the south, and that they're coming from the south quarters to come to the land of Canaan in the Gog and Magog's prophecy? Esau, let me just say this to be clear, Esau was not born a white child. This is genetically not possible or racially. Anytime somebody shows you a picture of Black people with a white appearing child, you say, well, wait a minute, what does that child look like today? Nobody tells you that. Nobody shows you any pictures of what these so-called white babies born to African parents look like today. Because at the end of the day, we know that if Jacob's a Black man and his father and mother were assumed to be Negroes, then we got to assume that, okay, then Esau had to come out looking like also a Negro phenotypically. Wide nose, thick lips, curly hair, woolly hair. Even if he had ruddy or lighter skin than his brother Jacob, which is common in Black people today, even in Africa, we cannot say that genetically and phenotypically in our own eye appearance that Jacob had a white Caucasian child, or not Jacob, but Isaac had a white Caucasian child, and he had a Black African child, meaning Jacob. It is genetically impossible for two Black African parents to have a genetically and phenotypically white Caucasian child, and for that matter, even a Chinese child. The sons of Noah Bible, descendants of Ham, descendants of Jacob, we constantly look at this and say Jacob is Black, Esau is white with blue eyes. Descendants of Shem are people of color in the Indian subcontinent. How do we know this? It can be true. I'll prove it in the movies, Hebrews and Negroes, part 1, 2, 3. You can look it up. Even the South Indian Tamil rapper, what's her name, MIA, she even said that I speak Tamil in South India, and I looked at all the Dravidian and Tamil and Assyrian, Babylonian, and Elamite languages that rhyme compared to my languages, and it matches up completely. He said, yes, it's correct. We are descendants of the people of Mesopotamia, the ancient Shemites, not Hamites, not Japhetites. That's us. And the ancient Persians are seen in North India, Northwest India, like Gujarati. We look at Rebecca, you look at Isaac, Jacob, Esau, you look and say, wait, this makes no logical sense. But yet the Israelites use a lot of these newer books from the 1600s, 1700s by Europeans that equate Esau with Rome and Greece and the white man, and they have no concrete proof. We said, wait a minute, maybe Jacob was a product because his mother was white. Maybe Isaac and Rebecca, or Isaac was black and Rebecca was white, and then one came out black, one came out white. No, nobody in the Israelite community says that Rebecca was white. Nobody says that. So how in the world can a white child phenotypically and genetically come out from two Black parents? It's not possible. Keep going. Attacking the white man doctrine, you got to cut it down at the root, at the foundation. You have to look at the fact that when we interpret poorly religious texts that are the Bible or pseudo-epigraphical texts and not use science and reality, this is where we get into the problem. The solution is to chop the tree and then yuck out the root. So when you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, the second address is not in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The second address is found in the Latin Vulgate Bible. It's not something that was made back in the times of the ancient Hebrews. It's only found written in Greek. It was proved by the Clementine Vulgate 15:2 and the different councils they had, like the Council of Trent. Ezra lived 568 BC. When you look at what he used previously, Haman the Agite and a Macedonian. This is in the book of Esther. Note that Agite was the name of an Amalekite or Edomite. So how in the world, if in the book of Numbers, if Agag is a Edomite in the book of Numbers, and that's the lineage of Esau, how then is he of the lineage of the Greeks, a Macedonian? Even the word Macedonia is not a Hebrew word. The Macedonians was a subset of the land of Greece. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that the Greeks became Edomites. So we have to look at the fact that we have to stop interpreting scriptures wrong. And we look at the book of Esther, where it talks about this Haman, a Agagite, and a Macedonian. Well, the book of Esther is even up for subject, because the book of Esther, we see that the only known physical manuscript of the book of Esther is known as the papyrus Ari and Kuch, which is written in Greek, which dates back to the 5th and 2nd century AD, which is 50 to 150 AD. It's kept in the UK library. It's not part of the book of the Dead Sea Scrolls, nowhere. And in the book of Esther, it says, and many people of the land of Persia feared the Jews, and because they feared the Jews, they became Jews. You cannot become of the tribe of Judah because you fear the Jews. So that is a suspect scripture, hence the reason why we can't use Esther and also compare the Macedonian to an Edomite. The Israelites did rule over Esau in the Bible, and you look at 2 Samuel, 1 Kings, 2 Kings, it says Edom become David's servants. The Hebrew word is Aviv for servant, 5650. But when you look at how King David and King Solomon during that time, Hadad the Edomite fled from the land, and he fled into Egypt. Hadad the Edomite gained favor by the Egyptian Pharaoh, and he got the wife of the Pharaoh's sister. Pharaoh had a wife, and his wife had a sister, who was a sister to Queen Mother. Hadad the Edomite and the Edomite men were in Egypt, and they got land. And he had a child with this Egyptian woman, and the child was named Genubath. And this half Edomite, half Egyptian child was groomed and raised in the royal house of the pharaohs of Egypt. This was Black Egypt. This is after Solomon's reign. Hadad returned to Edom, eventually becoming its king and consistent opponent to Solomon's rule. Based on this, if Hadad was a white man and he married the sister of the queen of the pharaoh of Egypt during the time of King David and King Solomon, and he had children, which he did, Genubath, then that means if the other Edomites who were in Egypt also impregnated any Egyptian women, and they have children, then we should see the paternal DNA, Y DNA of Europeans, white people, today in Africa, in East Africa, in Egypt, in Nubia, and Sudan, because we should know that anywhere in the world that Esau had children with Black people like Canaanites or Egyptian or Ishmaelites, that we should see the maternal DNA of Black Hamitic African women and so-called white people who are so-called Edomites, and you do not see that anywhere. This is a true depiction of Hadad the Edomite and the sister of the Queen Mother of Egypt. Ready, run, look at the ruddy red heifer. They use the word ruddy to describe the appearance of Esau or Admoni. But not only do they understand this is also in 1 Samuel 16, Song of Solomon. Samuel is used, the 1 Samuel scripture is used to describe David's appearance, and in the Song of Solomon, describing basically David was a ruddy man. Also, if we talk about the Shulamite woman describing her lover, and if we assume or acknowledge that her lover was King Solomon, now she's describing King Solomon, King David, as having a ruddy or Admoni appearance or ready appearance like a white man. So now is King David and King Solomon a white man? No, they were not white people. There's no person on the planet Earth that's walking around that looks like a red Kool-Aid man. Admoni is ruddy, red. In Africa, when somebody is red bone, they are a lighter skinned Black person. There are different shades of red. As you can see, the white man is not the shade of any form of red. They keep saying, oh, well, he gets burned and he's red, but the white man doesn't exist all the time in that state of being a red person. Only when you get into the sun for a long period of time, then will you exhibit a sunburn. But this is not the natural appearance of a white man or white woman. We know this. This is logical, critical thinking. Black people have brown melanin skin. This is a fact. When we look at Joshua, a lot of the Israelites used to commonly associate Esau with Rome and Javan and taking over Europe, and all the Europeans are white. We have to also attack Zepho the Edomite, which I know that Yawasap does not want to use, which a lot of Israelites use anyway. But even in the book of Yasher, it talks about a half man, half animal. Greek mythological story where Zepho kills this half man, half beast animal inside a cave with swords. So we have to scratch out, okay, we're going to use the book of Joshua to explain Zepho, king of Kittim. He subdued Tubal. All his people just populated the entire European subcontinent. There's nowhere in the Old Testament, does it say that the children of Esau populated and dominated and basically filled the whole land with Esau's seeds. Nowhere in the Old Testament. So where is it at? They want to use books made by Europeans from the 16, 17, 1800s. Way later sources. I'm not going to get into Joshua and how many things in Joshua is suspect, but when you look at the book of Joshua in particular, it does say that the Canaanites were in the land when the Israelites got there. And it says that the Canaanites were not fully driven out of the land in the Bible in Judges chapter 1. Many tribes that were given their lot by Joshua could not drive out the Canaanites. They were still in the land of Canaan even to this day. However, in the book of Joshua, it says that Joshua, before he died, he driven out all of the Canaanites and the Amorites. So we're going to shut this down. When we look at the children of Kittim, and they had a king named Abianis, and the children of Esau had a king named Hadad, and they fought against each other. This means that if these two nations are fighting against each other, it means that the children of Kittim or the Romans already looked a certain way. They already had a certain
10 minutes left.
They already had a certain look to them phenotypically. So the children of Japheth, including Magog, Meshach, Gomer, Tyre, Tubal, Madai, Japheth, and even Kittim existed before. And also at the time Esau was born and had sons. When we look at Ezekiel 38, it says that in the last days in the future, 5 out of the 7 sons of Japheth will invade and immigrate to the land of Canaan for the purpose of spoiling the land and preying upon the Israelites' land. This is actually happening in sub-Saharan Africa, not in Israel, and we'll prove it. And it says that these sons of Japheth, they will put the Israelites under their prey, meaning the Israelites become a prey to the children of Japheth. Now, the Israelites like to say, okay, well, the children of Japheth are the Black Pacific Islanders, because after all, the children of Japheth have to be somewhere if Gog and Magog's prophecy is going to ever come true. These are your Pacific Islanders. The Papua New Guineans' average height is 5'1" to 5'4". They are short. They live in forested areas of the Pacific Islands. They fight with bows and arrows and spears and daggers and knives and sticks. They have no army. They have no navy. They have no air force. The population of the indigenous Black people, so-called children of Japheth, in the Pacific Islands is 6 million people, smaller than the population of Togo, Israel, and New Jersey. So if this is where your children of Japheth, like Gomer and Magog and Meshach and Tubal and Togarmah, if this is where they are at today in the Pacific Islands, then how come the book of Revelation chapter 20, it says that the army of Gog and Magog's army will come to the land of Canaan, and they will be a number of whom is like the sand of the sea. The sand of the sea. The Bantu people in Africa and in the West, like in America, our population is over 1 billion people. The indigenous people of the Pacific Islanders, meaning Black, so-called children of Japheth, like Yawasap says, their population is 6 million. How can 6 million people that are short with knives and arrows and bows and spears come against an army of over 1 billion Israelites, whether we're in Africa or whether we're in Israel? These guys are going to come and bring a massive army to the Israelites, to us Israelites, Blacks, Latin American, Hispanics, Native American Indians. What? Native Americans, Hispanics, Negroes, Latinos. These guys right here are the children of Gomer, Magog, Meshach, Tubal, Togarmah. They're going to steal the land of Israel, of its livestock, its land, its silver and gold. They're going to prey upon us. They're going to wage a mighty army. Well, what army? Again, if the Pacific Islanders are not the seed of Japheth, then they have to be another seed. But the seed of Japheth, if they are the Pacific Islanders, then we have to look at this. We have to look at the fact that Bible prophecy has to come forth whether we like it or not. Bible prophecy has to come forth whether we like it or not. If we're ascribing all the white races to the Edomites, then it can only mean the Black Pacific Islanders are the descendants of Japheth's children, because the Moabites and the Ammonites are the Chinese and the Asians. We know that the India, they like to ascribe to Elam, and the Western Hemisphere, all Black, Latin American, Hispanics, and Native American Indians are Israelites, and the white people in the West are Edomites. So we're running out of choices here. Even the Khazar correspondence written in 950 AD in the Geniza collection found in Egypt, the Khazarian people lived in the Caucasus mountain area in the Pontic steppes between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, which is where Ukraine and Russia is at. They may say this is Esau or the Edomites, but according to the king of the Khazars himself, in this Geniza collection, Khazar correspondence, right here, written in Hebrew, they said that we are descendants of Japhet through his son Togarmah. Wait a minute, the Khazars from 1,000 years ago when they wrote this letter back and forth with this other guy, they didn't know who they were. How come they didn't say we're descendants of Esau? Question about that. We have to ask these questions. Look at the Ashkenazi's DNA. The Ashkenazi's DNA, which they claim are the Edomites, they have 9 different paternal haplogroups. Why do they have 9 different paternal haplogroups if Esau is their forefather? What's up with that? African Americans, and even Bantu people in Africa have the Y DNA E1B1B. I mean, E1B1A, that's it. E1B1A, that's it. The Pygmies have Y DNA B. The South Sudanese, like the Dinka, have Y DNA A3B2. The Australian Aborigines have Y DNA C. The Negroes, again, have E1B1A. Why does the Ashkenazis, who are so-called Edomites, why do they have 9 different paternal haplogroups if they are all descendants of one paternal forefather, Esau? If they even had children, as the Edomites had children with the Canaanites, and the Canaanites are Black from the land of Ham, Africa, then how come the Ashkenazi Jews, if they are truly Edomites, where is the Canaanite African maternal DNA? I don't see any L0A, L1C, L2A, L3, L5 in the Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, or even Europeans haplogroups. I just see H, HB, J, K, N1B, T. This is no African specific haplogroup that comes from a mother's lineage. Remember, Esau's beginning in the Old Testament, only the Old Testament, said he mixed with children of the Canaanites and the Black Ishmaelites. Dark-skinned Europeans. Now, when you say dark skin, obviously this tribe here is not dark skin, but there are people today that are light skinned, they are white skinned, they have somewhat of an ability to tan. Some of them don't have an ability to tan. When we look at human genetics, human skin color, we're going to look at the Edomites, but let's look at the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal man, not the Edomites, is a white man. His genetics is the key to the white man's phenotype. Now, we all have eumelanin. Eumelanin just determines how dark our skin complexion is. Japheth being the lightest. But when you have a lighter skin complexion, like my skin complexion, and then you start to mix with the Neanderthals, then you're going to get even a lighter skin complexion. Because I can tan. A lot of white people, they get burnt in the sun. The Neanderthals have been known to have the MC1R gene. This gene is a determining rate and type of brown pigment that produces hair color and skin color. The Neanderthals had a variant of this gene called the Val92 Met and the ARC307 glyc gene. This gene is what they carried and mixed in modern humans. How do we know it's in modern humans? Because the genetic study shows this. This is proof right here. Skin color is the most visible phenotype seen in modern humans. The MCH hormone, or the melanocyte stimulating hormone, in the MC1R gene has influenced lighter skin complexions in Europeans and Asians. The Neanderthals introgressed their DNA variants into Europeans and Asians when they migrated from Israel into Western, Eastern Europe, and Asia. This is the reason why Asians and white people have lighter skin than blacks. Introgression, this means basically ethnic groups like Homo neanderthalis mixing with Homo sapiens. Same way the Neanderthal man and the Denisova man introduced a genetic variant that allowed Tibetans to live in high altitudes. When you have natural selection is going to keep your skin light if you're in a place where it's not a lot of sun to activate the vitamin D, and you're living in a mountainous area where you have to have an ability to adapt to the high altitude of the climate you're living in, like in Tibet. These all come from the Neanderthal man. This is the proof right here. We need to see it. And we have to understand that science proves that these genes affect the pigment and production of melanin, which results in either brown skin or fair skin, red skin, red hair or blonde hair. This is seen in the Neanderthal man. No, the melanocortin M1 receptors was the first genes to be associated with normal human pigmentation. It is the most important predictor of skin and hair color within the Caucasian population. Genetic studies have identified the melanocortin MC1 receptor polymorphism associated with poor tanning, freckling, fair skin, and increased skin cancer risk seen in white people. This is why white people have the white skin that can't tan that no other race has other than black people that has the ability to tan. Am I at 10 seconds? I'll stop right there.
Wait can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll stop right there and wait for the next round.
All right, good deal. I'll close the timeout. You had about 14 seconds left. I'll close that timeout right quick. And I'll reset to 25 minutes. We are at the top of round 3. Make sure you guys go over to h2ntv.com to support Ron Dalton Jr. And all of his business endeavors. He has the movies, the books, etc., the lessons. Make sure you guys go to h2ntv.com. Make sure you guys support the GADAL GABARYam on all social media platforms for the good brother Captain Yawasap of GADAL GABARYam. Cap, are you good to go?
Yes, sir. Let me just share my screen.
Reset at 25 minutes. We're at the top of round 3. Now, of course, you guys that have been very familiar with the Versus platform, we have an extended round. So round 4 is very similar to our original round 3, but we have an extended round of round 3 for 25 minutes. It's also a premise and rebuttal round. So the brothers will be able to continue to teach because this particular topic has a lot of information that we can learn from. So we at the top of round 3. Captain Yawasap, 25 minutes is on the clock. And the time will start when you start. We can see the screen. Hit the chat if you can see the screen. Hit the chat. Time will start when you start, sir.
All right, everybody, you can wake back up now. So going back to Revelation 3, you say, hurt not the earth, neither nor the sea, nor the trees. So we see that this destruction that I read previously in Revelation 6 that goes into Revelation 7, this destruction right here saying, even as the fig tree casteth her untimely figs when she is shaken of a mighty wind, and the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together, and every mountain and island will move out of their places. So the text is saying before the destruction outlined in Revelation 6, 12 through 16, that the elect of Israel must be sealed before the coming of the Lamb, which is Christ. Let's see where John is quoting this prophecy from and the kingdom or people group this is speaking of. You want to talk about prophecy? Let's talk about prophecy. Now in Isaiah chapter 34, starting at verse 4, and all the host of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, and all their hosts shall fall down as the leaf falleth off from the vine, and as a falling fig from the fig tree. This is the same as Revelation 6. But then it says, for my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea and upon the people of my curse to judgment. Idumea is Edom. So what do we see as the last ruling people, the last ruling nation before the children of Israel are redeemed through their Messiah? Esau. The entire Bible says this. Now in Lamentations 4, we're going to just jump down to verse 22 in the NLT. It says, "O beautiful Jerusalem, your punishment will end." When is Jerusalem's punishment going to end? When the Messiah redeems them. "You will soon return from exile." But Edom, your punishment is just beginning. Let's look at it in the GNT. "Zion has paid for her sin. The Lord will not keep us in exile any longer." Sounds like the 144 being sealed and that great multitude being gathered together and placed back in the land. So the punishment of Israel's iniquity and Israel's return from exile is not accomplished till the Messiah returns, showing that Esau, Edom will have Israel in captivity before this takes place. So are you saying, since the so-called white man is Japheth, that we have to go into captivity again? That's crazy. Crazy work. Now, second Esdras, he said, well, this book wasn't found here. And the book of Esther, let's not believe in this. All you keep doing is causing doubt. You don't believe in anything. You just believe in Neanderthals and Nephilim and whatever the hell else you believe in. So this is second Esdras 6. It says, Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held for first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. Lamentations 4 just said that. You even seen that right there in Revelation 6 going into Revelation 7, that Esau will be the last ruling people on the face of the earth before the kingdom of heaven, aka the kingdom of Israel, through our Messiah begins to reign upon the earth, man. Now, this is Genesis chapter 27. And it says, and Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven from above. If the dwelling is the fatness on the earth and the dew of heaven above, which Jacob got that in the previous verses, that means dominion upon the earth. So when did Esau have dominion upon the earth? You have to show that. And by the sword shalt thou live. So they're going to live by the sword, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. So Jacob was no longer going to rule over Esau, but Esau was going to rule over Jacob. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days are mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. So this is a blessing that has to take place and has to be explained. Let's continue. This is the book of Numbers, chapter 24, starting at verse 15. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, hath said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said, he had said, which were the words of God, and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall be a star out of Jacob, and the scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy the children of Sheth. The star out of Jacob is the Messiah. Then it says, and Edom shall be a possession. Seir shall also be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly. Out of Jacob shall come he that have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. Now here's the key. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations. What is that first? That first in order, that ranking system, the chiefest of the nations. But his latter end shall be that he perish forever. Look at it in the NLT. Then Balaam looked over toward the people of Amalek and delivered this message. Amalek was the greatest of the nations, but his destiny is destruction. When was Amalek the greatest of the nations? That has to be explained. If you can't explain that, then you're telling us that we have to go into captivity again, according to prophecy. This passage is saying before the return of the Messiah, Amalek will be the greatest nation on earth. You got to explain this, man. right? This is Jeremiah 16 and 14. It says, therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth, that brought up the children out of the land, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But the Lord liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all lands whither he had driven them, and I will bring them again into their land that they gave unto their fathers. So this is talking about that final captivity, that gathering of the children of Israel. Now let's look at the word for north in the Hebrew. Let's look what it means. It means dark, gloomy, mysterious. Let's keep painting the picture. Now this is Jeremiah 23 and starting at verse 5. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, I will raise up unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. This is prophecy of Christ. In his days, when he returns, Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely, and that is his name whereby he shall be called the Lord our righteousness. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that they shall no more say, the Lord liveth, which brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Same thing being said a couple chapters before. But the Lord liveth, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country, and from all countries whither I had driven them, and they shall dwell in their land. This happens when the Messiah returns. The Bible continues to paint the same picture. Let's continue. Zechariah chapter 2 and verse 6. Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north. Same thing being said in the book of Jeremiah, saith the Lord, for I have spread you abroad as the four winds of heaven, saith the Lord, being scattered across the four corners of the earth. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So now we see that the land of the north is synonymous with what? The daughter of Babylon. Psalms 137. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof, O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. So who is synonymous with the daughter of Babylon? The children of Edom. Who is synonymous with the daughter of Babylon as well? The land of the north, that north country, which Jeremiah prophesied that no longer they're going to say we were delivered out of Egypt, but we were delivered out of the land of the north. 15. What does that have to do with? That has to coincide with what? That they have to be Esau. Esau has to be this last ruling kingdom before the return of the Messiah. This is what the Bible says. Now, Revelation 17 and verse 5. And upon their forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon, the mother of harlots and the abominations of the earth. So mystery being synonymous with what? That dark and gloomy place, which is synonymous with that north country, the land of the north. Now look at what it says. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. Now let's look at Ezekiel 35. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Mount Seir and prophesy against it. Now, just as the children of Israel is referenced to Mount Zion, just as the children of Israel is referenced to Jerusalem, you see that a people can be associated with a landmass. This is all throughout the Bible. So this is talking about judgment to this specific people, Mount Seir, aka the Edomites. Verse 3, and I say unto it, thus saith the Lord God, behold, O Mount Seir, I am against thee, and I will stretch out my hand against thee, and I will make thee most desolate. I will lay thy cities waste, and thou shalt be desolate, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred, and thou hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword. Didn't he say he's going to live by the sword and have dominion upon the earth? Did it not just say in Revelation 17 that the woman, Mystery Babylon, the land of the north, the daughter of Babylon, Edom, is going to be drunk with the blood of the saints? Verse 5 again, because thou hast had a perpetual hatred, and thou hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, and the time of their iniquity had an end. Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord, I will prepare blood unto thee, and the blood shall pursue thee. Saith thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee. You see that? So, but look at verse 5. It said, in the time that their iniquity had an end. So once again, this is saying what? That Esau will be the last ruling kingdom when the punishment of Israel's sins, aka iniquity, is accomplished. Now look at 1 Peter 5 and 13. Now he says, the church that is at Babylon, elected together with you, saluteth, and so doth Marcus my son. Now, Peter never visited ancient Babylon. This is a code word for Rome. You're going to even see this within commentary. Let's read it. It says, Babylon, the literal city, was almost non-existent in the time of Peter. That city locates in what is now Iraq today in the Mesopotamian Valley. There is no evidence that Peter even went to Babylon. He was, however, in Rome in the final years of his life. Savallinus and Mark were both colleagues whose ministry was nearer to the city of Rome. Babylon may be a code name for the city of Rome. If Babylon does refer to Rome, Peter might have used this code to protect the Asia Minor Christians from persecution. Because what was going on at the time? Something known as Pax Romana. So if another government was being preached, if something was being spoken against Rome, they had laws that actually said you can kill that person. That's known as Pax Romana. Let's continue. Now going back to the eagle, the god eagle known as Quas, right there in Petra, Jordan. It says, thou shalt exalt thyself as the eagle, and thou shalt set thy nest among the stars. Thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. So now you even see in the book of Obadiah that they're exalting themselves as the eagle. Let's continue. And this is Daniel chapter 2 and verse 40. It says, and the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron. For as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all the things, as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. And
10 minutes left.
The feet and the toes, part of the potter's clay and part of the iron, and the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it the strength of iron. Now we're going to jump down to verse 44. And in the days of these kings, what kings? That fourth kingdom, which is Rome. That's what this prophecy is talking about in Daniel 2. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to another people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. So what do you see? Rome, and those 10 toes being the extension of Rome, is going to be destroyed during the time of the Messiah, and the kingdom of heaven is going to be placed upon earth. The same thing is being said in in Daniel 7. Let's read it. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. This is Rome again. And it devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it, and it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. And I considered the horns, and behold, there came up a little horn, there came up among them another little horn. This little horn is speaking about America, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. What are these 3 horns that were plucked up by the roots? And the Revolutionary War, which was Great Britain, and the Spanish-American War, which was Spain and Portugal, and the French War, which was France. These are the 3 horns that got plucked up by the roots by that little horn, which is all an extension of Rome, the so-called white man. Then it says, and behold, in his horn were eyes like eyes of men, and his mouth speaking great things. Democracy, land of the free, we're the strongest people on earth. Let's continue. Jump down to verse 19. Then I would know the truth of the fourth beast, which is diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were iron, and his nails of brass, which devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and were before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes, and the mouth that spake very great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints. So that same horn, that little horn, America, the land of the north, Mystery Babylon, the so-called white man, made war with the saints until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to his saints of the Most High, and the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. This is the time of the redemption of Israel through the Messiah, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. Now let's go to 2nd Esdras to expound on the vision that was given to Daniel in chapter 7. Now this is 2nd Esdras 11:1. Then I saw a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle, which had 12 feathered wings and 3 heads. And I saw, and behold, she spread her wings over the earth, and all the winds of the air blew on her and were gathered together. Now we're going to jump to 2nd Esdras 12 and 11, which gives part of the interpretation of the previous chapter in 2nd Esdras 11. Now this is 2nd Esdras 12 and 11. It says the eagle, which we just read in verse 1 in 2nd Esdras 11, the eagle whom thou sawest come up from the sea is the kingdom which was seen in the vision of thy brother Daniel. That's that 4th beast. But it was not expounded onto him. Therefore now I declare it unto thee. Now let's continue. And therefore appeared, now look at 2nd Esdras 11 and 45, because this eagle, right, is synonymous with Rome. And what did we just show? Esau shall exalt himself as an eagle. And therefore appear no more thou eagle, nor thy horrible wings, nor thy wicked feathers, nor thy malicious heads, nor thy hurtful claws, nor all thy vain body, that all the earth may be refreshed, and may return and being delivered from thy violence, and that she may hope for the judgment and mercy of him that made her. So what is this talking about? The destruction of Rome, the destruction of the extension of Rome, and the coming of the Messiah. From the visions from Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and 2nd Esdras 11 is all speaking about the 4th beast, Rome. 2nd Esdras 11 expounds on Daniel's vision and shows 12 feathers on the eagle are the 12 Caesars of Rome. The visions also show that the 4th beast and the expansion of it, which is the 10 horns, the 10 toes, the 8 feathers and 3 heads, will be the last ruling kingdom and destroyed by the Most High during the return of Israel's Messiah. Other prophecies show that Esau, Edom, will be the last ruling people group on the earth. Now the question is, how do you reconcile this? How do you reconcile that Israel's iniquity being accomplished and Esau being punished for being that last captivity? How do you reconcile all of these things? Let's jump back up, right? How do you reconcile that the land of the north is synonymous with the daughter of Babylon, and the daughter of Babylon is synonymous with the children of Edom? How do you reconcile that David, that righteous branch, the king that shall reign and prosper and execute judgment and justice upon the earth, which is Christ, is going to come and redeem the people from the north country and gather them everywhere that they dwell? When that north country is the daughter of Babylon. And again, the daughter of Babylon is Edom. How do you reconcile this? How do you reconcile that in Numbers chapter 24, that star that comes out of Jacob, which is the Messiah, is going to redeem Israel? That's why it says in verse 19, out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. And what does it say? And Amalek shall be the first of the nations. So how do you reconcile that Christ is going to come back right when Amalek, Esau, is going to be the greatest nation on the earth? How do you reconcile that? How do you reconcile that the same blessing that was given to the children of Israel, being the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven, was given unto Esau? You have to show historically when Esau ruled the earth. When? It couldn't have been during the time of Assyria. It couldn't have been during the time of Babylon. It couldn't have been during the time of Persia. So when did he rule? You got to show us this. If you can't show us this, you don't understand prophecy. You don't understand it at all. How do you reconcile? I'm going to keep asking this. Peter calling Rome Babylon. How do you reconcile that the vision of Daniel being expounded by Ezra in 2nd Esdras, being given into an eagle, and that God, the main chief god of Esau, being an eagle with bolts under his talons, and him being exalted as an eagle? You have to answer all these questions. If you don't answer all, if you give another third round of Neanderthal, if you give another third round of the book of Jasher, when you're using the book of Jasher for your premise, then saying the book of Jasher is not reliable. If you give another round saying, well, Esther, I don't know about the book of Esther, I don't know about 2nd Esdras, you just like an atheist. All you want to do is cause doubt. Deal with what the book says that we have in front of us. Deal with the 80 books that was canonized and handed down to us in the Western Hemisphere. If you can't do that, you have no argument. All you have is a bunch of rhetoric and nonsense. And with that, I yield.
All right. The brother yields the rest of his time. He had 1 minute left. We are still in round 3, resetting at the bottom half of round 3 for Ron Dalton for Hebrews to Negroes Network. I'm gonna reset it at 25 minutes. Hit the chat, let the people know who y'all got that's up so far before we go into the questionnaire round now. Ron Dalton, would you be sharing your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let me get the 25 minutes up. I got it
going
up. Make
quick.
sure y'all supporting Captain Yawasap over at GABARYam and God First Game. Make sure y'all supporting that brother and supporting the teachings that he have. Also, make sure you supporting Ron Dalton Jr. over at ace2ntv.com. Make sure you go over there. Ron Dalton, the 25 minutes is up. Let me see if I can see your screen.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm about to get it going. First slide. Wait a minute, it's not. Let me get to the right one. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
All
I can think we can see your screen. I just need one person to hit the chat to say you can see it. But the 25 minutes is up. The time will start when you start. Good brother Ron.
Okay, so to keep things clear, if Esau is the end of the world, the last ruling kingdom, we know Esau spoke Hebrew, but yet Esau ditched his mother tongue, even though he dominated and ruled over all the European nations, or maybe the children of Japhet just left. They all just bounced. He just said, okay, well, I'm going to stop using my mother tongue, Hebrew, and I'm going to adopt all the languages of the Gentile nations, Slavic, Celtic, Germanic, all these different languages that we see, Romance. Anyway, when you look at science deals with reality. Okay? So this is a genetic analysis of bone fragments found from central Germany that showed that Homo sapiens had already reached Northern Europe. They said 45,000 years ago. So we know no matter what we believe or what we see, that 45,000 years, 6,000 years, 7,000 years is predates Esau. Modern Homo sapien Europeans, white people, lived alongside the Neanderthals for a while until the Neanderthals eventually so-called died off, but they left their DNA in us because we'll see it in Europeans and Asians today. So this is evidence that the so-called Homo sapien, human beings, white people, that their DNA can be found in Europe, predating the existence of Esau being born. So they lived prior to Esau. This is the genetic study. We know that the Neanderthals lived alongside with the Homo sapiens. This is the reason why we even have the Neanderthal DNA, maternal DNA X found in human beings today throughout the world that have had some mixture with white people or even Asians. So the Neanderthal man was living in Europe. He was living in Iran, the Levant. He was living in Asia with the children of Japhet before Esau was born, and they were not black, like black Negroes like Yawasap showed us. Even in the caves in Israel, who you call the caveman, Israeli studies finds Neanderthals have versatile habits. It says that to this date, the Levant or the Near East is the only known region where the fossil records show that two populations existed simultaneously. Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, they existed together. Now, the haplotype B006 is from the Neanderthal man. And what does that mean? When you look at the B006 haplotype on this chart right here, you look at the number of chromosomes, the number of counts, and the percentages right here. And just pay attention to the third row of numbers. You see how the mostly tribe are Israelites in Burkina Faso. 121 of their people were tested in their chromosomes. They didn't get any percentages of the B006 variant, which is seen in Neanderthals, that the Neanderthals share. We see it, however, in other non-Israelite tribes, like the Fulani, the Tuaregs. Let me keep going. You see it, remember, keep in mind the third column where you see B006 percentages. You see the Oromo, the Tigray, nothing. The Luya, the Fan, these are Israelites in West Africa, zero, nothing on the third column. The Khoisan, the Herero, the Ovambo, the Pedi, the Soto, the San, the Swana in South Africa, nothing. The Mandinka, nothing. The Nigerian, the Mobuti Pygmies, nothing. The Ebe, the Kabylie in Togo, nothing. Biakas, Ghana, Congo, nothing. Nothing. Here we go, Armenians. Armenians now have that third column where you see all these other races, Armenians. Ashkenazi, Bedouins, Druze, Iraqi Jews, they got that third column, 10%, 30% point. Keep going down, Iraqi Jews, Armenian Jews, Yemeni Jews, Mozabites, Palestinians, Sephardic Jews, they got the Neanderthal B06 haplotype. The Basques, the Cretans, the English, the Finnish, Germans, Italians, Polish, they all have the Neanderthal haplotype in their DNA today. Even some of the Chinese have it. Even some of the people in North India, which is part of the area that Alexander the Great conquered when he conquered the Mauryan Empire. Pakistan as well, Siberia, Mongolia, it's all there. Going down to the Americas with some of the Native American Indians, because some of the Native American Indians were lighter than some were darker. We know that the Europeans came and they intermixed with Native American Indians. So we see that Neanderthal DNA strongly in a lot of their speakers. Neanderthals, they did migrate to different parts of the world, and they helped to introduce this haplotype and variant that caused the skin colors to lighten up even more, to the fact that some Europeans, they really have a difficulty tanning. We see the maps from Neanderthal DNA X is seen throughout all of Europe and also Scandinavia and the British Isles, also into the Mesopotamian region and Saudi Arabia and Central Asia and parts of Asia and North Africa, where we see white populations today. The Linaric pottery culture is a major archaeological horizon of European Neolithic period, flourishing 5,500 BC, predates Esau. The corded ware culture dates around 3000 BC, predating Esau's birth. The Yamnaya culture is a Copper Age to early Bronze Age culture, which dates back to 3300 BC, which predates Esau. The Y-DNA I1, R1A, R1B are all seen in Europeans. They're not the paternal Y-DNA haplogroups of the Edomites. Because why would Esau have many different haplogroups, like 9 of them, if he's the forefather of all the people that populated Europe? Doesn't make any sense. You got to use logical thinking. Haplogroup I is one of the oldest European haplogroups seen in Paleolithic times, Old Stone Age. The wide dating haplogroup I is seen in Scandinavia. It's also seen in the Balkans area. These are your really white people with blonde hair, like in Finland and in Norway and Denmark. The haplogroup I, Y DNA from the father, existed 10,000 BC, prior to Esau even being born. And we see today that the Finland people have the Y DNA haplogroup I, and they are white. Scandinavians as well, Neolithic, Bronze Age, all predate the birth of Abraham. Even samples from Hungary, Germany, and Iberia, which is Spain and Portugal. Abraham was believed to have been born around 2000 BC. Esau was born not yet after that time, until he had Isaac, and Isaac had Jacob and Esau. Prior to 2000 BC, any people living in Europe were not Edomites. And guess what? They were not all black, African, Negro-looking people. That's a misnomer. So why didn't it have to go I2 and I2B is also seen in major populations in Europe. Like I said, this is very common in Northern Europe, in the Balkans area. It's also seen in Germanic tribes and the Vikings. This is a haplogroup that is pretty much seen only in Europe, not outside of Europe, meaning that it is indigenous to Europe, and it existed prior to Esau even being born. When you look at Obadiah chapter 1, verse 1-2, it says, behold, in terms of Edom, it says, behold, I have made thee small. The Hebrew word is katan, among the nations, goy. Thou art greatly despised. So the Edomites, according to Obadiah 1, is small in terms of population amongst the nations. But wait a minute, according to Esau, according to the Hebrew Israelites, Esau is the progenitor of all the white races. Katan is small, little, insignificant in size, quantity, or number. This is what it says. Esau or Edom will be small among the nations. Small among the nations. Let's tally up the Edomites today. North America whites, 202 million. Central America, South America, Caribbean white people that are there, 220 million. Europe, 800 million. Central Asia, 80 to 100 million. Middle East, North Africa, white Arabs, 430 million. You're looking at a total of 1.75 billion white race Edomites in the Americas, Eurasia, and the Middle East. India only has 1.45. China only has 1.45, but the Edomites outnumber the Indians and the Chinese, 1.75 billion. Even in sub-Saharan Africa, 1.2 billion sub-Saharan Africans, majority of those are Israelites. So the Edomites are outnumbering everybody, despite the book of Obadiah saying that he's going to make us small amongst the nations. What's going on here with that question? We have to look at reality. Common sense tells us that Esau's male seed had children with the daughters of Ham, Africans, Canaanites, Egyptians, even black Ishmaelite Arabs, whose mother was Hagar the Egyptian. Then we should see the maternal DNA haplogroup of L0 to L5, which is African-specific maternal haplogroups in white people today that are so-called Edomites. After all, we can't say that Esau's children from the Canaanites, Egyptians, and the Ishmaelites are all dead, they're all gone. That wouldn't make any sense. So the black Ishmaelites, Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, had children. The black Ishmaelites are here in North Sudan, in Africa. When you look at the maternal DNA, they don't have any maternal DNA that's seen in white women in Europe. They have all maternal DNA that's seen in Africa. L0, L1, L3. Yes, it's there. They don't have the maternal DNA of white women. But why so? If they had fathers that were Edomites, we should see the Edomite paternal Y DNA haplogroup in them or in their sons. But we don't see that. What we also don't see is that the Canaanites that have the maternal DNA L0, L1, L2, L3, L5, where is their maternal DNA haplogroups in all the white people that are so-called Edomites? Because the daughters of Canaan did have children with the Edomites. This is in the book of Genesis chapter 36. But no, we see that the white man has many different haplogroups, and never does he have any children that have the maternal DNA of black Africans or black Arab Ishmaelites, even though the Bible says in the Old Testament that he had children with these women, these black women. So this is something we have to deal with. But here we go. This is the reality. All the white women in Europe, Western, Eastern Europe, the Caucasus Mountains, they have the maternal DNA of Europeans or the children of Japheth? Why would they have any maternal DNA of Africans or Black Arab Ishmaelites like in North Sudan? Why? Because they are not the descendants of all Esau. Esau mixed with many different nations. He did not become the progenitor of all white races, meaning that he didn't have any black in him. Because at the end of the day, we can't say that because the Bible tells us that he had children with Black Hamitic nations. So the Edomite children birth, in the Bible, the birth of the Edomite children came from Hamitic African mothers. So we should see evidence of this in the maternal DNA. This is false teaching. When you look at the Egyptians, the Cushites, the Puttites, and their maternal DNA is all L. White people don't have L, they have H and HB. This makes more sense. But we don't see any of this in white people that he claims to be Esau. They say that the people today of Japhet are the Pacific Islanders. The Pacific Islanders were conquered. These are so-called children of Japhet. They were subdued, conquered, and entered into slavery by the so-called Edomites. They conquered, colonized the lands of the Pacific Islands. The Europeans did, aka Edomites. Does the Bible discuss the slavery and bondage of the children of Gomer, Magog, Meshach, and Tubal, and Togarmah, and Tyrus by the Edomites? Does it say that anywhere? Can I see the scripture? The Edomites had the sons of Japhet in slavery. Is this in the Bible? Is it in Jubilees? Is it in Joshua? Is it in Ezra? What will the sons of Japhet, how will the sons of Japhet form a massive army if they are oppressed, small in number, and poor? Remember, Revelation chapter 20, verse 8 says that I will gather the Gog and Magog's army to gather them together for battle to come against the Israelites, whose number is the sand of the sea. But yet the Edomites are Europeans, Russians, Trans-Caucasus people, Israelis, white Arabs, Middle Eastern white Arabs, white people in the Americas and Canada, even Latin America. And then on the other side, we have Shemites, meaning Edomites, and we have Israelites, Native American Indians, Hispanics, and Latinos. We're running out of choices for who are the children of Japhet. The oceanic population is equivalent to less than 1% of the total world population.
Around 10 minutes left.
That's only a mixture of white, Asians, and indigenous Pacific Islanders. Even at that, the white population worldwide is 1.7 billion people. How is Gog and Magog's army like the sands of the sea, and Edom was made small among the nations, when it's the opposite in reality? Esau is not small amongst the nation in reality. If we look at the white population worldwide, 1.7 billion compared to the oceanic population, Black Pacific Islanders, which they say the children of Japhet, does not make any sense. The white Arabs, Edomites, Syrians, Edomites, Iranians, Edomites, Azerbaijan, Edomites, Lebanon, Edomites, Turkmenistan, Edomites, Turkey, Edomites, Moroccan white Jews, Edomites, Pacific Islanders, these are children of Japhet. These are Gog and Magog's army. Gog and Magog's army. Okay, here we go. The Bible says that in the last days, because we are in the last days, that Gog and Magog's army, the children of Japhet, Magog, Meshach, Tubal, Togarmah, Gomer, that all these nations are going to do what? They're going to ascend like a storm and cover the land of the Israelites. Where is that land at? Who are the Israelites? The Israelites are in sub-Saharan Africa. The bulk of all the Israelites are in sub-Saharan Africa, and many of us are trying to get back to Africa from America, which is Babylon, is going to be destroyed. These other nations have an evil thought. They go to the unwalled villages that people are dwelling in safety without bars, no gates, and they come to steal, to prey upon the land that has been once desolate, but now is inhabited by people, meaning the Bantu Negro Israelites that are gathered out of different nations and lands, which have cattle and land. And it says they're going to come and take a great spoil, silver and gold, cattle and goods. So how in the world these Pacific Islanders, the children of Japhet, are going to come to either Israel and take away what silver and gold, what land, what property? How are they going to prey on the Israelis when the Pacific Islanders don't even have an army to fight the Israeli army?
Against the backdrop of the outlawed West Papua national flag, battle practice was a daily occurrence on the camp's ceremonial grounds. The independence fighters are aware of the need to prepare for attacks by the Indonesian military. Behind their cries for freedom are a people who are deeply wounded from years of oppression and displacement under Indonesian rule.
Or even if African Americans lived in Israel and we're more numerous than them, how could they defeat us? If we were in Sub-Saharan Africa and we're 1.2 billion strong and they're only 6 million strong, how are they going to take silver and gold out of our land in Africa? How are they going to come and spoil us? How are they going to come prey on us? Melanesia, Papua New Guinea, these are the children of Japhet. This is Gog and Magog's army. These guys, come on. Fiji, these guys are children of Japhet enslaved by who? The Edomites? These guys are the Gog and Magog's mighty army. Sands of the sea, plundering arable land, livestock, silver and gold, mineral resources. Really? Esau eliminated a whole ethnic group of Japhet in Tasmania, Oceania. The Bible says God will enlarge Japhet and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. Well, when you look at Europeans colonized the Americas, the Caribbean, the Shemitic lands. They colonized North Africa, Mesopotamia. They colonized Africa, where the Israelites were in Sub-Saharan Africa before slavery. They colonized the Pacific Islanders. Who are the Israelites? They colonized India, where you have true Shemites. Yes, this is true. So here you go. You see your real Israelites, not Japhetites, not Japhetites, not Japhetites. They are Israelites. They come from Central Africa, from the area of Lake Tanganyika and Lake Kivu, where the DRC and Tanzania and Uganda is. They will tell you this. They told me this out their own mouth on WhatsApp. Pathab means Jacob's going to be deceived or enticed to what? To dwell in the tents of Shem, inhabit the tents of Shem. The children of Japhet, meaning the white people, have inhabited the tents of Shem. They are now dwelling in Mesopotamia. They are dwelling in the Pacific Islands. They are dwelling in America. They're dwelling in the Caribbean islands. They're dwelling in Africa. They have came to these lands where the Israelites are living, and they have wreaked havoc. They're doing exactly what the Bible says they're going to do. All right, genetics is the most concrete thing. It cannot be forged, changed, deleted, or added to. Books can be forged. Rock can be forged. We know that before Esau was born, Shem already had lineages, and he lived alongside his brother Japheth, and they had children too. So these children had to look a certain way. It had to have a certain color. So when you look at the DNA, everybody has their own wide DNA haplogroup. You have people in Africa, Pygmies, Cushites, Canaanites, people that are descendants of Shemites and the Israelites, Edomites, Egyptians, also people that are connected also to the Canaanites like the Khoisan. Look at the wide DNA haplogroup E1B1B. The beginnings of E1B1B, EM215, 35, 68, 78, all originated in Africa before you see later younger branches that migrated and moved to other areas of Mediterranean Europe and the Levant. This is the reason why Esau started off black. And when he started intermarrying and running into white populations like the Greeks and the Romans, that you can have some Edomites that started to intermarry with white people, therefore then turning a seed of Edomites within 2 to 3 generations into white people. This is seen in reality when you look at Blake Griffin, the basketball player. In just 2 generations or 3 generations, his children look white, even though his daddy, an Israelite, is black. You can look it up. So when you look at the Y DNA haplogroups throughout Europe, we see all these different haplogroups. These are not all from Esau, because that means that this is 9 different paternal haplogroups. But look at the most recent common ancestor chart of genetics of R1b, which was seen in Western Europe, all of Western Europe. Why is it say that the most recent common ancestor of R1b starts around 20,000 BC, continues going down to 12,000 BC, 4,000 BC, 3,000 BC, all predating the birth of Abraham. These are genetic studies where they found bone samples, and they tested the bone samples, and they found the Y-DNA haplogroup of white people today, Europeans, in a time frame that Esau didn't even live in. 6,500 BC, 4,500 BC, 7,000 BC, 10,000 BC, Neolithic, Mid-Neolithic, early, late Copper Age, Neolithic, Bronze Age, early hunter-gatherer, Holocene, Pliocene, all these bone samples they found, and they said this is our Y-DNA R1B, R1A, I1, 2, I1, and they said, wait a minute, this is all very, very old. Proto-Europeans, aka Japhet, existed and lived prior to Esau even being born in 2000 BC. So these people that lived in Northern Europe, obviously they're not all jet black running around in cold Europe. These are white people in all these different cultures. The Pontic Steppes, where it's cold. R1B, Central Western Europe. All these samples go back to time periods that predate the birth of Esau. The white race existed before Esau existed. I'm not going to be detailed in this because this is the last round, but ancient catacombs and tombs showed that the skeletons of the people in these graves, their DNA is shown in modern day Europeans in Western Europe, Eastern Europe. So when we look at the fact that he's saying that the Edomites are all the white races, yet they are 2.3 billion strong. They are not small and insignificant compared to other nations, according to Obadiah chapter 1, verse 1 through 2. They're more numerous than the Chinese and the Israelites, for God's sakes, and other nations. So let's keep going. Persia, Cush, and Put with them, the future enemies of the Israelites in sub-Saharan Africa. The Putites, like in the Sahel, the Tuaregs, the Fulani, the Hausa, the East Indians, the Cushites. Are they in Africa doing exactly what the Bible says? Yes, they are. Lastly, they say that the Chinese are Ammonites and Moabites. Well, we're going to show you that the Chinese don't say that. The Israelites say that. Well, we find out what the Chinese says, who they are. Because after all, why would we believe what a lot of these Israelites saying that they don't have no facts? They're just going to tell, oh, the Ammonites and Ammonites, they're the Asians. Well, when you look at the Chinese, every school child in China, in Taiwan, in Korea, because Korea is attached to China, they learn about their ancient oral Chinese patriarchs and their history before they even had a religion.
1 minute left.
They basically put their bloodline all the way down to, if you look down at 15, it says Gomer, Gomen, Seta, Lusa, Geho, Lama, Nuha, Lohan, Loshin, Loja. Ja had a son. Japhet had a son. His son's name was Gomen. The patriarch of the Miao Han Chinese people, they say they're descendants of Japhet, and he had a son. His son was named Gomer, and this is where their families come from. The children of Gomer, the Chinese, are in Africa right now doing exactly what the Bible says in Ezekiel 38. They are the children of Japhet, just like I've been saying for all this time, and the children of the MAGOG'S are in Eastern and Western Europe, and the other children of Japhet are also scattered throughout different areas doing exactly what they're doing right now in Sub-Saharan Africa, along with the other children of Ham. And the white Arabs and white Jews are also in Sub-Saharan Africa, plundering, stealing the true land of the Israelites, which was the land of Canaan in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Time. That will conclude round 3. We have Ron Dalton Jr. versus Captain Yawasap. Is Esau the progenitor of the white man? We will be pushing into round 4, which is, of course, my favorite round, and some of you guys as well. Light up the chat if whoever you got, who you came to see, who you got winning the debate so far in round 1, round 2, and round 3. We're in round 4. I'm going to read those rules for round 4 again. This is the questionnaire round. So just to make sure we are back familiar, and I'll add a little bit of more information, see if you guys got any questions for me, and then we'll go right into it. So that is round 4, 30 minutes each. This round is a Q&A round, hot seat style round. You must answer all questions asked to you with answers, no rhetorical question like answers. So both of you guys was using rhetorical questions in round 1, round 2, and round 3. That's allowed, but just, watch it on round 4 because I will stop you when you do it. Any yes or no questions must be answered yes or no with the option to expound. So if somebody tags the phrase yes or no in their question, You must say yes or no. Now, you do have the option to say, I don't know. But when you say, I don't know, there is no space to expound. You just got to say, I don't know. And then it bounces right back to the person who's asking the question. But if you say yes or no, you have the space to expound for 1 minute maximum, no more than that. After the first 30 minutes, the questionnaire is flipped to the opposite opponent for a hot seat of 30 minutes as well. Same rules apply. Now, if you are asking the questions, you can ask as many questions as you would like within the time frame of as long as that person is not answering or expounding on their answer. But you can also express yourself between questions. So if you want to take 10 minutes, 10 seconds to make a point, you can. If you want to take 60 seconds to make a point, you can. You're not bound down to asking questions, but the person who is asking the questions is the one that's asking the questions, but you're not bound down to ask them. So I just want to make sure both parties understood that. Any questions from Captain Yawasap or Ronald Dalton Jr.?
No, I'm ready.
Yawasap?
Nah, let's go. Let me just share my screen.
All right, good deal. So Captain Yawasap will be asking the questions first in his round, and then we'll bounce over to Ron Dalton Jr. to ask the question. So right now, Ron Dalton, you're on a hot seat. If you guys can try to your best to remain off mute at the same time, just work with each other in terms of speaking. So I'll be clocking the time though. Let me reset to 30 minutes. Give me 1 second. One second. And we can see your screen as well. Yeah, what's up?
Okay.
We have 30 minutes right now. So Yawasap, the top of round 3 will start when you start, brother. It's on you.
Hey, Ron Dalton, do you agree with all the leading genetic studies thus far that the light skin entered into Europe from migrations from the Near East and Anatolia? Yes or no?
Yes, from the Neanderthal.
Okay. Do you agree that it wasn't until about 3,000 years ago that the inhabitants of Rome started to genetically resemble modern residents? Yes or no?
No, because Neanderthal came into Europe before that. 3,000 years ago would be 1,000 BC during the time of like King David and King Solomon. Prior to that, the children of Japhet were already a white-skinned people.
Do you agree that as a whole, the population of Greece was certainly dark complexed according to all the archaeology, anthropology, and historical studies? Yes or no?
No, I showed them the Minoan civilization, the Etruscan civilization, the Mycenaean civilization, and the tombs, and they were white.
Okay. In this passage, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. According to this passage, is Esau Edom the last ruling kingdom, his last ruling nation before Jacob Israel's kingdom is established? Yes or no?
I don't ascribe to the book of Second Esdras, so that's not applicable for me. It's not a book that I believe in.
1 second. I stopped the time. So, Ron, the only thing is just start the best way to answer that is just saying, no, I don't.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because it is a yes or no question.
Yeah, I don't agree with that scripture. No.
Okay, so Ron Dalton doesn't agree with Second Esdras. Ron Dalton doesn't agree with Esther. Ron Dalton also said he doesn't agree with Jasher, but most of his slides was comprised with verses in the book of Jasher. I got you. No problem. You're completely inconsistent. Now, in Genesis 27 and 28, it says, therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth and plenty of corn and wine. This is the blessing getting given to Jacob. Let people serve thee and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. Is the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth an idiom meaning dominion and rulership on the earth? Yes or no?
The dew of the heaven, fathers of earth, and the bountifulness is what the land of Canaan.
One second, Ron. I stopped the time.
Okay.
Yeah, he asked you yes or no. So you didn't start off that way. Yawasap, if you can, just restate the question. And
Yeah, make the question more clear.
Is the dew of the heaven and the fatness of the earth an idiom meaning dominion and rulership on the earth? Yes or no?
It is at a certain point in prophecy for Jacob's children.
One second, yes. Ron. 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. You just got to say yes or no first, and then expound on yes or no.
Yes, depending on the prophecy and the timeline.
We're just gonna reset. We're just gonna reset though, just to make it clean. So Yawasap, you got it. Re-ask the question, and then Ron got it.
Is the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth an idiom meaning dominion and rulership on the earth? Yes or no?
Yes, in the timeline of Jacob's dominance and prosperity.
Okay, so we agree that the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth is an idiom meaning dominion and rulership on the earth. Thank you for agreeing with me, Ron Dalton. When we jump down to the blessing of Esau, and it says, and Esau said unto his father, thou shalt but one blessing, my father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac, his father, answered him and said, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven. You agree that the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven is dominion and rulership on the earth. When did Esau have the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven in history?
Esau had the fatness of the land that was given to Abraham, seed, which is the land of Canaan, during that time in the book of Genesis, before he left and then left the land of Canaan and went to another land. So during the time that they were promised the land that was given to Abraham, the land of Canaan, that was the dewness and the fatness of the earth. That's the land of Canaan, the glory of all the lands. It was given to Abraham's seed, which extended down to Jacob's seed as well.
All right, let's look at the inconsistency. In the verses above, he says that the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth is ruler and dominion. Now he's saying this was a little short time where Esau ruled in the land of Canaan. Now I'm going to ask you again, when did Esau rule the earth?
Can you, I can barely see that screen. Make the scripture bigger. Can you do that for me? That particular slide.
I don't believe it's possible though, but I pause the time.
Nah, it's not possible.
Hold on. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, could you just call the scripture, y'all, if you don't mind?
27 and 38 through 40.
Okay, hold on.
In alignment with Genesis 27, 28 through 29, which you said that the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth is dominion and rulership on the earth. And then you changed your mind in verse 38 and 40 because you realize you in a pickle.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at it. Hold on.
Crazy. Is this part of my time, Corey?
No. I stopped the time. Do you have the time pulled up, Ron?
Okay, so yeah. So we need to look at the context of the next two scriptures, but if he doesn't want to do that, then that kind of tells the story of Esau and Jacob, and who got the blessing first and who didn't get the blessing. So if we go to the further scriptures after that, then you get more context in what he's trying to say. But you can go ahead and do what you do in terms of what you want to ask next, or with the same question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the same thing again. Is the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth an idiom meaning dominion and rulership on the earth? Yes or no?
Like I said, yes, but in certain time periods of the Bible, from the time of Jacob and Esau's blessing being given out to the end. So if you read the next verses, then we can expound on what you're trying to make a point out of. Then go to the next question.
I got you. So Can you show me when Esau had the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven, which you just said is rulership and dominion on the earth?
Rulership and dominion in terms of the land being abundant for him. Just like the same scripture said Jacob, the same thing is for Esau. But read further in 39 and 40. I'm trying to read it.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Is Japheth the progenitor of the so-called white man? Yes or no?
Yes, he is.
I got you. In Genesis 10, the sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tabal and Meshech and Tyrus. Madai is the Medes. Are the Medes the sons of Japheth? Yes or no?
The Medes are product of Madai and the daughters of Shem.
1 second. I'll pause it. I'll pause it. That was a yes or no question. So I stopped the time.
So,
I'm gonna let Yawasap reset the question, and then if you can answer it, Ron. The time will start back at Ron's answer. Go ahead, Yawasap.
Okay.
So
Madai.
Hold on. I'm gonna let Yawasap restate the question. Go ahead, Yawasap.
Are the Medes the sons of Japheth? Yes or no?
Madai is the son of Japheth. Yes.
You gotta make sure you start off with a yes or no, though, Ron.
Okay, the answer is no, because in Genesis 10, Medes is not there as a son of Japheth. So the answer is no. Madai is the son of Japheth. The answer is yes for Madai.
Okay, so 1 minute you say yes, the next minute you say no. Do you know?
Technicality.
No, it's still in his question. He's still in his question. Hey, to be honest, Yawasap, it was slightly confusing. It sounded like you kind of landed, but you got it. You got it, King.
No problem. Do you know that Madai is the father of the Medes? Yes or no?
Madai is the son of Japheth. Medes.
Hold on. One second. We got to stop. So you just gotta. It's a yes or no question. So you just gotta start off with the yes or no, and then expound it.
Madai is the son of Japheth.
You got it. You got it, Yawasap.
Do you know that Madai is the father of the people who we call the Medes? Yes or no?
Madai is the son of Japheth, not Medes. I'm gonna keep giving the same answer.
I know you're giving the answer, but you just got to start off with the phrase yes or no. So you just got to say no, then answer it.
Medes are not the sons of Japheth. No, Madai is. That's your answer. So you got to take it.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you again. Do you know that Madai is the father of the Medes? Yes or no?
He is a progenitor of the people that
you got to start it off with yes or no, Ron.
Okay. Do I know the Medes is the progenitor? Go ahead and say the question again, because you're not being clear. Because in the Bible, where does it say the word Medes? Where in the Bible does it say Medes?
You gotta, so if you can, Yawasap, reset your question, and then Ron. You can't ask him.
Is Medes a Hebrew word? Yes or no? Yes or no?
You can't ask him a question back though. It's his question.
We're gonna stay on this question, and I'm gonna keep saying Madai is the son of Japheth.
So I'm saying Madai. You can say that, but just start off by saying no, Madai is the son of Japheth. That's the only issue. Is you just not saying the word no first. That's the only. It's just a technical issue. So you answer the question, you just got to say no first. But just in fairness to the platform. So
no,
I'm gonna
say it again. No, Medes is not the son of Japheth.
Okay.
A person named Medes, a person named Medes is not the son of Japheth.
I have to ask my question. Do you know that Madai is the father of the Medes? Yes or no?
Yes, but another person of Shem in the land of Shem. That's your answer.
In 2 Kings 17:6, if you look at the word Medes here, it literally says Madai in the Hebrew. It's the same thing in Daniel 11. You're getting confused at a translation.
Okay. I know what the Bible says.
Why are you cutting me off?
You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish, Ron.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the Medes and Madai are synonymous with each other. So you saying no to Madai being the father of the Medes, you don't know anything about the Bible. That's horrible. Now, it's Darius the Great, who is a Mede, a son of Japheth, a so-called white man? Yes or no?
Alexander the Great and Darius the Great, the Persians.
You gotta say yes or no first, Ron, to the question.
Okay,
because he
Darius
the phrase.
the Great is a descendant of Madai, the son of Japheth, not Mede.
You still gotta say the yes or no first though. So I'm gonna let Yawasap put the question back on the table so the audience isn't confused, but just say yes or no first and then answer it and expound. Go ahead, Yawasap.
Is Darius the Great, who is a Mede, a son of Japheth, a so-called white man? Yes or no?
No. And can I expound?
Yes, you can expound.
Okay, so like I said earlier, Madai had a child with a Shemite woman, and he lived in the land of Shem and intermarried with Shemites. Therefore, phenotypically, he looks today like an East Indian, and they are not white.
Is Madai the son of Japheth? Yes or no?
Like I said earlier, Madai is the son of Japheth.
Yes or no? You got to answer
Yes.
Yes or no,
Madai is the son of Japheth. Yes.
Okay, I got you. So are these soldiers depicted on the left white people? Yes or no?
These are melanated people coming from a father and a mother. They are not white people, so the answer is they're not white people.
No, bro.
Yeah, Ron.
Okay,
Ron,
no, they're not white people.
He's talking about the picture itself in the screen. So
okay, no,
you just got to make sure you say yes or no first.
No, they're not white people. They are the children of a Japhethite and a Shemite.
Okay. So are the soldiers depicted on the left white people? Yes or no? Definitively. Yes or no?
No. And my expounding is that they are the descendants of a Shemitic woman and a Japhetic man.
Okay.
That's the answer.
Why are the soldiers of Darius' army, who are Medes, the sons of Madai, the sons of Japheth, depicted as dark-skinned people?
Because the children of Madai moved to the land of Shem, and Madai intermarried with the daughters of Shem that were black or melanated. I would say melanated. Therefore, in genetics, when you have a light-skinned father and a dark-skinned or melanated mother, then your child is not going to be white. We can see this with Barack Obama. We can see this with what's that guy, Russell Simmons, and that Asian lady, and even that African that had a child with Kamora Lee. They got a child that's Chinese or Korean, and they got a black African father from Amistad. So that's why they are brown skinned.
So Darius the Mede, who was a son of Japheth, and his soldiers, which are sons of Japheth, are not white. Correct? Yes or no?
Correct. They're not white.
What would you say they are?
They are melanated. I would say that they are closer to the East Indians, the true persons.
So you're saying that there are sons of Japheth who are melanated, yes or no?
If the sons of Japheth, in terms of like Madai's case,
yes or no?
You just have to start off with yes or no.
Yes, the sons of Japheth, Madai's seed that intermarried with the Shemites, are brown-skinned people.
All right, so why are all the gods of ancient Greece depicted? Excuse me. Why are the gods of ancient Greece depicted are dark-skinned before the rise of Macedon?
Like I said in my slide, the ancient people that lived in Greece and Italy in the tombs were white. So we have a conflict there because I showed you pictures of people that were white-skinned prior to this time area that you're looking at, and you're showing me people with brown skin. So if I showed you white skinned people from the Etruscans, the Macedonians, the Minoans, the Mycenaeans, these people had white skin and they lived in Greece and Italy. So we're at a stalemate on that.
Okay, cool. So the Darius of Chaldon, this god right here, is that a so-called white man? Yes or no?
On that picture, it looks like a person that has melanin or pigment. But that's again, that's just a picture.
It gotta answer yes or no, bro. I'm not accepting nothing more, nothing less.
It's hard for me to see that, but he does not look like he's.
Captain, Yawasap. So how you have the screen now, like when you was doing round 1, round 2, and round 3?
See that? You see that?
Yeah.
Look, bang.
Yeah, bring it forward.
Now, you see that?
Okay, so yeah, so when you have pictures like this, it does not mean that the people were black because their gods look like they have some melanin in them. If that's the case, then the Chinese you would say the Chinese should be black too, because they have black Buddha.
Got you. So the people that live in the land are not depicting the gods to look after themselves. That's what you're saying? Yes or no?
They can depict a god to be whatever
yes
color
or no.
You have to answer yes or no.
Okay, say it again. Say the question again.
The people who live in the land are not depicting the gods to look like themselves. Yes or no?
Yes.
I got you. So you would find one of the only places who is not depicting themselves with their gods. That's wild.
Yes.
Absolutely wild. Okay, so do these gods resemble the so-called white man? Yes or no?
Yes.
This is an ancient Mount Seir.
Okay. And what do you want me to say?
Why are you saying okay? I'm not done talking.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. You just said that ancient gods of Mount Seir resemble white people. Edom comes from this debate is done. Everybody clip that. I'm gonna ask it again. Do these gods resemble?
Do I get to expound? Do I get to expound?
Hold on. I mean, he was in the midst of his question, and then you didn't take.
Okay, go ahead.
It was like several seconds of pausing.
Go ahead and I'll expound.
Do these gods resemble the so-called white man? Yes or no?
Those gods from that land of Arabia.
Yes or no?
Yes, I said they do. Yes.
Okay. These gods are found in ancient Petra.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, hey, Ron. Hold on. I got you. It's just a confusion, Ron, because once you say yes or no, just go ahead and expound.
Okay.
But if it's a couple of seconds of silence, he can get back in there with a question.
Okay. I'm gonna expound. So the Edomites, some of them that did leave the land of Canaan or Africa, that went into the region of Greece and Rome and Arabia, then when they started to intermarry with these other nations, not all the Edomites, some of them, then over time, then they're going to depict their gods at that time period what they wanted to be, because like I said in the lesson in the PowerPoint, that all Edomites did not start off white, but the Edomites did intermarry with other children of Noah, Japheth, Shem, and Ham. So these Edomites that migrated to that part of the world, yes, it's not going to be uncommon for them to have the picture of their deities in that land as depicting white people or people that are not Negroid. That's your answer.
In the Bible, it says Esau dwelt in Mount Seir. These gods that he just admitted resembled white people were all created by the people who inhabited Mount Seir, aka Petra. He just showed and proved with his answer that he even has the stance that the so-called white man is Esau by him saying yes, because the people always depict the gods on who they look like. That is crazy. Can you provide one scripture that shows Japheth being the ruling kingdom or people before the return of the Messiah and the gathering of Israelites from exile? Yes or no?
Yes, this is in the book of Daniel chapter 2, where it talks about the legs. Let me get to it right now. Daniel 2. Let me get the KJV. Oh, yeah, here it goes right here.
Dang.
right. So you want me to read or you want to read? Let's go to Daniel chapter 2, verses 42, and then we will read on.
Go ahead.
Actually, no. Go to 40. 40.
Yeah, you go ahead.
You
and
want to read? Okay. So it talks about the kingdoms of. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready? Okay, it talks about the kingdoms of the earth that are going to come in sequence until the end. And it talks about in 40, and the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron. It's the Roman kingdom. For so much as iron breaketh into pieces and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all these shall it break into pieces and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of the potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided.
That's Roman time Empire, on the question. That's time on the answer. 1 minute maximum limit.
He wanted me to read the scripture. I'm not done reading the scripture.
It's a part of the answer, so you just have to do it within the 1 minute.
Okay, so if you read Daniel 2:40 on down, it talks about the last.
You're done. There's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah,
it's the coming of the Messiah and the gathering of Israel to the land synonymous with each other. Yes or no?
Hold on.
Read it. Say it again, Cap.
No.
Okay.
No. The answer is no. And I'll expound. So, Christ, can you go back to the question?
Why?
So I can go out the question and expound.
You didn't hear it?
No, I want to look at the question while I expound.
What's going on right now?
I stopped the time.
It's crazy.
Just repeat.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, you ready?
Okay, so and then I'm gonna leave the slide so I can prepare to cut you. Is the coming of the Messiah and the gathering of Israel to the land synonymous with each other? Yes or no?
No, because the gathering of the Israelites happened before the Great Tribulation, and at the end of the tribulation are the Israelites going to have that great battle with Gog and Magog, and God's going to come in. Christ is going to come through the sky, and he's going to lay waste to the Gog and Magog's army. But the Israelites will be in the land prior to Gog and Magog's army coming against them, and then the Messiah, Christ, coming through the sky to basically demolish and destroy and lay judgment to the Gentile nations that are coming against the Israelites in the land. So the Israelites have to be regathered and come back to the land first, and then Gog and Magog's army is going to do what they do, and then at the end, Christ comes back. So it's not all happening at the same time.
10 minutes left.
Jeremiah 23 and verse 5. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will raise up a righteous branch, and the king shall reign and prosper. Is this prophecy of the Messiah? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, in the next verses, in verse 6 and verse 7 and verse 8, he gathers them from all the lands whither they were driven. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. Now,
Can I expound?
There's nothing to expound.
No, it's not a question. He's just making a point, so it's nothing to expound on.
Because I can expound and counter that.
All right, no problem. In Lamentations 4 and 22, where it says, your punishment will end, you will soon return from exile. Right? Deuteronomy 30, 3-6, Ezekiel 37, 20-24. Can we agree that these passages show Israel's return from exile under the Messiah? Yes or no?
The Messiah, Christ doesn't come back until after the Israelites will be gathered.
No, bro.
So no.
My bad. You gotta reset the question. It's a yes or no.
Okay, say the question again. Say the question again.
Lamentations 4 and 22. Deuteronomy 30, 3-6, Ezekiel 37, 21-24. Can we agree that these passages shows Israel's return from exile under the Messiah? Yes or no?
The question, the way it's worded is you're making it seem as though the Messiah comes back out of the sky and he appears before our eyes and he gathers us back.
You didn't answer a yes or no question.
Yeah, one second. Let's just stop. I stopped the time. So you will still have to just answer the yes or no and then explain how his question is nonsensical.
Okay, okay.
You get what I'm saying, but you got to say yes or no first.
Yeah, okay. yes, under the Messiah's prophecies, but the Messiah Christ comes back later after the Israelites are already gathered to the land, not at the same time.
Okay. These scriptures disagree with you. Now, in Lamentations 4:21-22, in the NLT and in the KJV, I'm going to read verse 22. Oh, beautiful Jerusalem, your punishment will end. You will soon return from exile. Look at what it says in the KJV. The punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. Why is the people of Esau being said to be the last captivity before the returning of Israel's exile?
Is that a question, or are you just telling me? I mean, is it a yes or no question? What is it? Is it a yes or no?
Yeah, so it would. Yeah, the question is on the screen. So he said, "Why is the people?" So it's a question, but he didn't tag yes or no. So if you can just re-ask the question, Yawasap.
Look at that, nice and big. Pause. Look at that. It says,
okay.
Why is the people of Esau being said to be the last captivity before the return of Israel's exile?
Okay, because when the last kingdom, well, the Roman kingdom, before it was divided, the Edomites were there, not all the Edomites, but select Edomites were there amongst the Greeks and the Romans. Then that empire got conquered by the Germanic tribes, Western Eastern Europe. And so Esau is amongst the Romans and the Greeks that got conquered by the Germanic tribes of Japhet. Then they are part of this last ruling kingdom, but not the ruling kingdom in of itself by them being only Edomites. The children of Japhet, along with select Edomites, are running the last kingdom on earth.
You said the kingdom of Japheth is ruling the last kingdom on earth. Is
the Germanic tribes that conquered the Roman Empire.
Let me finish the question so you can know it's a yes or no.
Is there a time on me finishing? Because you just interrupted.
I didn't interrupt.
Just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. So in my experience, we'll just reset. No issue. We good. Let me stop the time. It sounded like, to be honest, Ron, it sounded like you finished your answer. Then Yawasap started with the question, but the question seems like he was kind of like piecing out information out of your.
Is it another question, or
hold on 1 second? Hold on 1 second. That's what I'm saying. It sounded like a question, and that he was saying something out of your statement, but then he tagged the yes or no at the end, but you couldn't hear it because you had already started talking. So we can just reset. Yawasap, if you want to ask that question again, and then Ron, if you can answer it. And I'll start the time at Ron's answer.
So you're saying Japheth is going to be the last ruling power and the most powerful nation before the coming and the returning of the Messiah and Israel's exile. Yes or no?
Yes, in sheer number, yes. The Edomites are made small amongst the nations. Japheth is larger than Esau, but Esau is amongst them.
Okay, and the Aramaic Targums in Lamentations 4:22. Why does the Aramaic Targums teach Esau is wicked Rome in Lamentations 4:22?
Can you expand? Can you open it up? I mean, I'm trying hard to see what you look at it. Let me just go. What scripture is it? Lamentations what?
1 second. I'm gonna open it up and I'm gonna ask my question again.
What scripture is that? Lamentations 4 and what?
You're gonna hear me say it in a second.
No, I want to look it up. I want to look it up because I can barely see it.
Look it up after I ask the question.
Okay, I'm still asking you to look it up. I need to know Lamentations 4 what?
Okay, you're gonna know when I ask the question. Okay, you have my time paused, correct, Corey? Because this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why does the Aramaic Targums teach Esau is wicked Rome in Lamentations 4:22?
Okay, like I said earlier, I'm gonna repeat it again. The children of Japhet are more numerous than the Edomites. The children of Japhet are the dominant force ruling this last kingdom, but the Edomites are right alongside with them, but in a smaller number. So that's why they will use that in there.
Woo! Woo! All right. Okay. In Ezekiel 35 and 6, why is Ezekiel 36 and 5, excuse me, why is Ezekiel 36 and 5 saying the Idumeans, aka the Edomites, will rule in the land of Israel before the return of Israel from exile?
Again, I keep saying the same thing. The last kingdom, the divided kingdom, is predominantly Japheth, and Edom is in there influencing Japheth to do everything that's doing right now in the land of Israel, which is in sub-Saharan Africa.
So Edom is influencing Japheth and everything he does? Yes or no?
When Esau came to that
You got to start off with a yes or no.
Okay, say the question again, because that's not the question that's on here. But say the question again.
That's what you just said. So I'm just repeating what you just said and putting a yes or no at the end.
Say it again. Say it again.
You gotta listen, brother. You gotta
Go ahead.
listen. Listening is an art. I'm listening to you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is Esau controlling everything Japheth does? Yes or no?
No.
Just
he's influencing what Japheth does.
okay, so is Esau influencing everything Japheth does? Yes or no?
Yes, because he's smaller in size than Japheth. So he is influencing what Japheth is doing on the earth right now.
Crazy. All right. In Numbers 24 and 17, it says, a star out of Jacob and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. In Genesis 49 and 10, it says, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. Unto him shall the gathering of the people be. In Jeremiah 23 and 5 through 8, it says, David, a righteous branch, a king shall reign and prosper and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. Can we agree that the star out of Jacob and the righteous branch out of David, which the scepter shall not depart from, is Christ? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
So according to Numbers 24 and 20, when was Amalek the greatest nation on earth?
Amalek was a great nation in the ancient times. Remember, the Bible says that Esau is made small among the heathen. He cannot be a great nation if he's smaller than everybody else. He can influence other people, but back in those days, Amalek was an adversary of the Israelites.
Can you give me a date on when Amalek was the greatest nation on earth? Yes or no?
No, I can't.
All right, so in verse 17, where it says, a star out of Jacob and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. That's Christ. Yes or no?
Yes.
So in verse 18, verse 19, and verse 20, this has to deal with the premise of Christ. Yes or no?
I can barely see that. So I need to go.
Oh, pull up the
scripture. Can you open it up, or I'm gonna have to look at it myself because I can barely see the screen.
You know what? I got you, my good bro. I'm gonna have mercy on you.
Let me go to, because I don't know about everybody else, but I can barely read what's on that screen.
I got you, brother. Don't worry, brother. Can you see that now?
No, keep going. Keep going.
Well, let me move this to the side. I got you, brother. I'm gonna give you mercy.
I'll stop the time.
Keep going, because let me just get it, because I can't. I'm fully.
It's crazy. That's better.
Numbers 24, 18 to 20. Hold on.
Give him some glasses. Give him some glasses, man. God damn.
You gotta mute up any other voices. We don't need any other voices.
All right. Are you ready for me to ask the question again?
Hold on, I'm getting it right now. Hold on, I got it. Hold on.
Problem, brother.
All right, wait a minute.
Shout out to Ron Dalton.
All right.
We are pulling up the verses
All
right
right.
now.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I see what you're trying to do.
Okay, so you got the verse. Now it's time for me to ask my
Yeah.
question. Okay,
Yeah.
so you agreed that out of the star out of Jacob and the scepter that shall rise out of Israel is Christ. So verse 18, verse 19, and verse 20 have to deal when Christ gives this judgment. Yes or no?
In the context of the other scriptures
You
that
have
you're
to
not
start
showing
off with a
to me,
yes or a no. Yawasap, if you can re-ask.
In the the star out of Jacob, you agreed is Christ. So verse 18, verse 19, and verse 20 is dealing with the judgment when Christ returns. Yes or no?
okay, yes, because in verse 20 it says Amalek was the first of nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. So at the end, the nations of Japheth and those that were against Jacob, like in the book of Obadiah, they're going to receive their judgment. So at the end, like it says, Amalek was the first nation that really fought Israel, and God said that I will wage war with Amalek from generation to generation. But it says that in the latter end shall Amalek shall perish forever. So in the context of that scripture, at the last verse 20, in the beginning, Amalek, yes, was a strong adversary to Israel, but at the end, God is going to judge Esau or Amalek and the nations of Japheth. That's your answer.
Okay, beautiful. So you just agreed that verse 18, verse 19, and 20 has to deal with when Christ judges the earth. So when Christ judges the earth, Amalek will be the greatest nation on earth. Yes or no?
No. No. Like I said earlier, I'm going to expound. Like I said earlier, the largest and greatest nation, the people that dominate this nation in terms of sheer number are the children of Japheth, and Esau is influencing these nations, and he's small amongst the nations, the heathen, the Goyim. Obadiah says that Esau will be made small among the nations, although he is an influencer and adversary of Israel. He is still going to be judged along with the nations of Japheth in Ezekiel 38.
Can you give me a date on when Amalek was the greatest nation on earth? Yes or no?
Back when the Israelites first came out of Egypt, they ran into Amalek.
It was a yes or no question.
No, I can't give you 1453 BC. I can't give you an exact date.
1 minute left.
Okay, so everybody realized something. He agreed at one point that this is dealing with the judgment of Christ and his return. But then at the same time saying Amalek can't be the greatest nation on earth when Christ returns because you don't believe the Bible. I'm going to ask you one more time. One more time. During the return of Christ, according to Numbers 24:17 through 20, will Amalek be the greatest nation on earth when Christ returns? Yes or no?
No.
Damn.
And like I said, the nations of Gog and Magog, whose number is the sands of the sea, and sheer number, and the Edomites, who are made small among the heathen in number. When you look at people ruling, presidents, nations that are going to come against the Israelites, these people, these nations are more populous than the children of Edom. So the nations, in terms of power and number in their army, like Chinese has like millions of people in their army compared to America. Those nations come from a descendant of Gomer. So all these nations that are coming against the Israelites in the last days, when judgment comes to the Gog and Magog's army, along with small Esau, is going to be also judged by the Most High, or Christ. So in terms of greatness, in terms of population and sheer number of influence and power on the world and against the Israelites in the land of Canaan, the children of Japhet are going to be the large nation influenced by Esau at the last days. I keep saying the same thing.
That is the end of round 4 in terms of Captain Yawasap asking Ron Dalton questions. Right now, we will reset the 30 minutes and then we will flip. Ron Dalton, the questionnaire will be on you. Captain Yawasap, you will be on the hot seat for the last section of the formal debate. I'm gonna just simply repeat the question, so repeat the rules so everybody is on the same page. 1 second. All right, in the section of the questionnaire round, it says this round is a Q&A hot seat style round. You must answer all questions asked to you with answers, no rhetorical question like answers. Any yes or no questions must be answered yes or no with the option to expound. If you choose to expound, you have 1 minute maximum limit after the first 30 minutes, etc. So make sure the rules are followed. It wasn't as crazy that time, but of course the yes or no was the hiccup. So make sure you guys are on point this time going into this one. The 30 minutes are reset right now. And Ron Dalton, would you be sharing the screen or anything?
No, just ask the questions.
Good deal. So I got the 30 minutes at the top, and the time will start when you start. If both parties can, just keep your backgrounds quiet and stay off mute if you can.
Okay. So when a Black person, an African, has a child with a white woman, when that child comes out, is that child white? Yes or no?
White is simply a pigmentation, but if you're asking a biblical nationality.
1 second. He started. It was a yes or no question.
Oh, no.
So Ron, if you can restate it, and then
okay. When an African has a child with a Caucasian woman from, let's say, Finland, would that child be white like her?
No, not ethnically, but white can, depending on the person, could be somebody's pigmentation, or it can go back to an ethnic background. So that's why I deal with biblical lineage according to the father. That's in Numbers chapter 1, verse 18. That's in Ezra chapter 2 and verse 59. So you are who your father is. Wherever you plant the seed within the ground, that's what grows. It's the same thing with a man planting a seed within a woman. That's what the child is. That's why Joseph had children with an Egyptian woman, but those children were Israelites. That's why Moses had children with the Ethiopian woman, but those children were Israelites. It'll be the same thing if a quote unquote black man has a child with a quote unquote white woman. That child is going to be what the father is. Has nothing to do with phenotype, has nothing to do with pigmentation. It all has to do with the lineage of the seed. That's what the Bible teaches. That's what I teach. That's even what science teaches. That whoever you are is what your father is. Now, let me just back it up with a Bible verse. Let me get that in the book of Ezra real quick. Just so.
That's your 1 minute maximum limit.
No problem.
All right, so he said he did agree that when an African and a white woman have a kid, the child is not white. He agreed to that. Are the Canaanites white or black?
The Canaanites will be white or black. It just depends on who they're having their children with.
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
I'm not done answering the question.
Because I need to rephrase
I'm not
it so
done
you
answering the question. How are you cutting me off in the middle of my answer?
Yeah,
I need to rephrase it so you can answer the right question. You can answer me the way I want you to answer.
Hold on 1 second. I know it, but once you ask it, he has the right to answer it. If you want to restate it after that, it's fine. But you're dictating your question based off of the way that he's answering it. So he has to be able to give his full answer. Yawasap, you can continue.
No problem. So in Genesis 10 and 6, it says the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim put in Canaan. These will all be quote unquote melanated people. The Canaanites will be white or black. These will all be quote unquote melanated people. The Canaanites will be white or black. Everybody listed in Genesis 10 will be melanated people. It's not that Japheth is white and Ham is black and Shem is black. Everybody listed in Genesis 10 is melanated people. So What I would say is, depending when you're talking about pigmentation, it's whoever you have your children with, if they're gonna come out lighter or not. What I'm dealing with, what I continue to show in my slides, what the Bible is dealing with, is lineage according to the father. That's why when you go to Chronicles and you see all of the lineages, is this father had this son and this father had this son. You see the same thing when you go to even the lineage of Christ. In Matthew 1 and Luke chapter 3, you say, this father had this son, and this father had this
That's
son.
your 1 minute maximum limit.
Okay, so I don't care about who's of the father and all that stuff. I simply want to know, when Canaan had his children, were they phenotypically black like Africans, or were they phenotypically white like Caucasians?
I would say it would depend on who they had their children with. That's the point. So it has nothing to do, with pigmentation. It has everything to do with lineage. So even if Canaan had a baby with a white woman, and if the baby came out white, the baby will still be a Canaanite. If Canaan had a baby with a woman that was dark skinned and the baby came out dark skinned, it'd still be of the lineage of a Canaanite. If an alien came out of the sky that was purple, because you believe in that Nephilim nonsense with fallen angels. So if the alien came down out of the sky and the alien was purple and Canaan had a little son with the woman alien and the baby came out purple, guess what? It's still a Canaanite. That's the picture I keep trying to paint. What you keep doing is you box in the air and you trying to argue something that I never even said. I never said none of that. So once again, your lineage determines on who your father is. So, and I'm going to repeat myself because it seems like you're not getting
1 minute maximum limit.
All right. So is the land of Ham Africa? Yes or no?
Yes, the land of Ham is Africa. Yes, most of the people that dwell within Africa are Hamites. You can see this in archaeology. You can see this in prophecy. You can see this within the migrations within the Bible. You can see this even in the oral traditions of the people that live in Africa. For instance, what do you have? You have Misraim, which is ancient Egypt. You have Ethiopia, or the Cushites, which is modern day Ethiopia. You have the people of Sudanese. You have the people of certain tribes that claim people that are written within the book known to be Hamites. I don't know why you asked this question. Maybe it's a follow-up question, but I agree with you, Mr. Ron Dalton. Yes, the land of Africa is where most of the Hamites dwell. But does that mean that nowhere else on earth is Hamites? No, not at all. I mean, you teaching that the land of Africa.
Watch the rhetorical question.
Excuse me. You teaching that the land of Africa is Israel. So I don't know why you asking. I don't know why you asking all these questions.
1 minute maximum
Makes
limit.
no sense.
Okay, so the Canaanites, nowhere in the Bible does it say the Canaanites mixed with the children of Japheth. We know that the Canaanites were black. They were in Africa. Africa is a black continent. The other sons of Ham are black. Canaan is black. If Esau was white and he had a son, and his son Eliphaz had more sons, this is now 2 generations. Eliphaz is the son of Esau. Eliphaz then gets a wife, because at that time they were in the land of Canaan, and he has more sons. In 2 generations of a white person having a child with a black African, is that child going to be looking white like a Caucasian or black like an African American or an African?
That I can't definitively answer that as a yes or a no. I can't say none of that, because if you look at my family, you have all generations of my family. It ranges all the way from a light skin all the way to a dark skin. You can ask that same question with an African American, a Dominican, a Mexican, a Jamaican. You're going to line up their family and they're going to look at many different shades of brown, even going all the way to high yellow. So no, I can't definitively say that because somebody continues to have a baby with somebody that's dark skinned, that now all of a sudden the baby's gonna come out dark skinned. No, you can't even say that. You even showed in your slides that 2 black people can have a so-called albino white baby. You showed that. I didn't even show that. You showed that in your slides. So now what if this albino baby continues to pass down
1 minute
albinism?
maximum limit.
Okay, so we all know in reality that if an African has a child, well, let's say a white man has a child with an African, and then that child has another child with an African, phenotypically that child is not going to look white, it's going to look black. So in the case of Esau having a child named Eliphaz, and then that man having a child, having sons in 2 generations, these are Edomites. But in reality, those children of Eliphaz would not look like a white man. They would look phenotypically like black people. That is reality. That's the facts. So let's get on to the next another question. In Obadiah, it says that Esau will be made small amongst the nations in terms of number. Is the white man more populous in number than the Black Pacific Islanders? Yes or no?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. The white races, do they outnumber the Black Pacific Islanders? I gave the statistics of the numbers of the oceanic indigenous black people in the Pacific Islands. 6 million versus...
Can you pause his time so I can understand what he's asking?
Okay, 6 million indigenous Black Pacific Islanders versus 1.7 million white race of people. Would you say that the children of Esau are small compared to the children of Japhet based on those numbers?
I don't teach that every single white person that walks around is an Edomite. That's another straw man that you continue to argue.
Oh my goodness.
The topic of the debate, who is the progenitor of the so-called white man? You didn't prove that. You didn't disprove it. You haven't proved anything. You kept going to Neanderthal. You kept going to Nephilim. You kept going to the book of Jasher when you don't even believe in the book of Jasher. So no, I can't go from a number of statistics dealing with pigmentation. Has nothing to do with pigmentation. Has nothing to do with pigmentation. Has nothing to do with pigmentation. It has to do with seed lineage. It has to do with the paternal line of the fathers. That's why I even brought up in my round 2 that there is black Africans. I'm going to say it again, that there is black Africans that claim to be from descendants of Esau, and their paternal line goes back to Rome.
Left hand that he was talking about, but the way he slips inside is he's such a good defensive fighter, Tyson.
So it has nothing to do with
1 minute maximum limit.
You don't listen.
Okay. He said that he doesn't teach that all white people are Edomites. And we know that that's what the camps teach. Now there are people that are white that are not Edomites. So yes or no, the Black Pacific Islanders are the children of Japhet?
Yes, by and large. It does not mean every single Pacific Islander is the children of Japheth, because there's also been many migrations. There's even Israelites that migrated to the Pacific Islands. There's many different lineages that migrated to the Pacific Islands. That's like saying every single Native American is an Israelite. I don't teach that. So forget about what other camps teach. Salute to my brothers, though. I love y'all. I keep putting in the work of sincerity. But salute to what all my brothers is doing. But I don't teach that. I don't teach every single African American is an Israelite. I don't teach every single Jamaican is an Israelite. I don't teach every single Puerto Rican is an Israelite. I don't teach every single native indigenous person is an Israelite. I don't teach that. So deal with what I'm teaching, not with what you hear on YouTube. That's a bad premise. That's a bad argument. Once again, the topic of the debate is Esau the progenitor of the so-called white man. That's the topic of the debate.
1 minute maximum
Esau,
limit.
every single white man.
Okay, so the next question is Black Negroes, Hispanics, Latinos, and American Indians are the Israelites, according to the camps. Also, you have 1.2 billion sub-Saharan Bantu Negroes that have the same DNA as African Americans. You're looking at easily over 1.5 billion people that are considered Israelites. Revelations 28 says that the descendants of Japheth, only five sons, Gomer, Magog, Meshach, Tubal, Tomath. These 5 sons, their army is going to be as numerous as the sands of the sea. And they're going to come to the land of Israel to steal our land, to prey upon us, to steal silver and gold, and to cover the land like a cloud. So you're saying basically that the Pacific Islanders, who number 6 million people, are going to come against us 1.5 billion people in our land, and they're gonna have a massive army, and they're gonna do everything that it says in Ezekiel 38. In reality, if the Pacific Islanders are fighting with bows and arrows, how are they going to get to the land of Israel to fight blacks, Latinos, Hispanics, and Native American Indians when they don't have an army, a navy, or an air force?
Yeah, no problem. What this is dealing with, you said a lot, but I'm just going to get straight to the point. So in Ezekiel 38, it's dealing with these land masses and the armies that are coming from these land masses. That's what this is dealing with. Ezekiel 38:1. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog. So the question is, who is in the land today? Who is in the land today? I proved that because the original inhabitants of Russia, who these people are, were dark-skinned. I proved that within my slides. So who's ruling this place now? The so-called white man, the Edomites. You even agreed, well, the Edomites are influencing Japheth. So even by your premise, the Edomites are the ones that's going and causing the war. By your premise, by your understanding, not what I said, but what by you said. Now, once again, the reason why the army is going to be numbered as the sand of the sea, because it's not just the people listed in Revelation 20. It also says in verse 5, Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them. Gomer, all the bands, and Togarmah, the north quarters, which is modern day Turkey. So you see all of these people are going to band up together in war to fight
1 minute
against
maximum
Israel.
limit.
Okay, you said Togarmah is modern day Turkey. Are the children of Gomer and Togarmah, are they in Turkey or are they in the Pacific Islands?
There's some that are in Turkey, and there's some that are scattered abroad in other places such as Kurdistan, other places such as all them Kakistans and all those places. So no, not every single person of Japheth is in the Polynesian Islands. Once again, I never said that.
Yes or no, the Black Pacific Islanders are the children of Japheth?
Yes, by and large. Yes, by and large. I never even said that Japheth is not in Europe right now. I never said that. That's why listening is an art. Once again, the title of the debate is who is the progenitor of the so-called white man? I never said that if Japheth mixed with certain seeds, if Japheth is in a certain place. I never said every single white man walking the earth and every single white man in Europe is a so-called Edomite. Never said that. My premise is the way the white skin got into Europe was through the migrations of the Near East and going into Europe and conquering Europe. Simple. That's my premise. So if you're gonna argue against me,
1 minute
argue
maximum
against
limit.
what I'm saying.
Okay, you said that some people in Central Asia and Turkey are the children of Japhet. Are they white people or black people by phenotype? Are they white? Are they white skin race people by phenotype? Yes or no? These children
No.
of Japhet.
No, the phenotypes of Central Asia, the phenotypes of Turkey range all the way from me going all the way from you. I'm from New York City. So I grew up around a lot of different people that I never even would have thought would have lived in certain regions. I know people in Turkey that look like a brother from Harlem and they from Turkey. I know people from Turkey that look like a Puerto Rican and they from Turkey. So all your questions aren't making sense, man. You have to argue against what I'm saying.
Okay, so he said by large the Pacific Islanders are the children of Japhet. Not all of them, but by large they're in Pacific Islands. But then he said that they are also in Turkey and Kazakhstan, these little different Central Asian areas. So when you look at the descendants of Gomer and how the Chinese say out of their history in their books that they are the children of Gomer, how can we tell them you're an Ammonite and a Moabite when in their ancient texts they say they're the children of Gomer? How do we tell somebody else that no, I don't care what your ancient text from 5,000 or 4,000 years ago says, you're an Ammonite, a Moabite? Do you think that it's wrong for us to assume and teach that they're Ammonites and Moabites, even though the Chinese, the Han, the Miao people, they say otherwise?
Is that the question?
Yeah. Do you find a problem in the Chinese saying that they're the children of Gomer out of their ancient texts, and we're going to tell them that they are the Ammonites and Moabites?
Well, once again, you have to understand what I teach. I teach.
No, I said yes or no. Okay, yes or no. Do you
there was
find
no
that
yes
to be
or
a
no,
problem?
so mute up. There was no yes or
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, it was no
Okay,
yes
go ahead
or
and
no.
go ahead.
I
Go ahead,
appreciate it. Give me my minute. Now,
ahead.
I do not teach that the original inhabitants of China and Japan are Moab and Ammon. So once again, you're arguing a straw man. Just because you could see the certain children of Japheth going within the Isles of Far East Asia, guess what, Ron Dalton? I agree with you, but that doesn't take away from the Mongolian invasions. That doesn't take away from the Shintus of Far East Asia that align up with the certain practices that were happening where? Where were they happening? They were happening within the land of Moab and Ammon. So once again,
Watch the rhetorical questions.
I apologize. Once again, you're arguing straw mans. This debate is not about Ammon and Moab. This debate is about who is the progenitor of the so-called white man. That's what this debate is about, man. Don't ask me. Excuse me. I'm no rhetorical questions. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay, so who are the Chinese and Chinese people today in the Table of Nations? What do you teach?
By and large, the people that rule in China today will be the Moabites. Now, I have a source right here. I'm just going to read from it. It says
10 minutes left.
It says the Mongols in the eyes of the Rus. It says Russian views of the Mongol incursions. It says the first mention of the Mongols appear in Sub-Anno in 3 early chronicles and Liturian and Suzdal, right? I'm going to jump down. It says the current consensus is both chronicles derived from the non-extant compilation. Now let's jump down. It says the chronicle accounts describe the Mongols as defeating the Rus princes because of our sins. The same year, the Sudul chronicles add our sins, unknown peoples came from Suzal. Chronicle adds the godless Moabites are the Mongols. So if you study the invasions of the Mongols that began to happen to go into parts of what is ancient Rus and conquer parts of ancient China, which many parts of ancient China was ancient Rus, I just read a source that they were calling them godless Moabites. Simple.
Okay, so based on genetics, if Esau is a progenitor of the white man, and we know in the Old Testament, it does not say anywhere that he mixed with white people or Caucasian people. If he was already white and he mixed with melanated women, Hamites and Ishmaelites, and that means today, if Esau is the white races, then we should see the maternal DNA of Black African women in white people today, and we don't. Can you explain that?
Yes, I can explain it. I mean, this question honestly is a logical fallacy, and it's an appeal to an authority. Because then if we go back to Noah having 3 sons,
Just explain it.
Three sons. Why are you cutting me off? I have a minute.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he got a minute to explain it. He can say what he wanted in his minute. Go ahead, Yawasap.
Logical fallacy and appeal to an authority. This is why I just said Noah had 3 sons. And out of those 3 sons came all of the human races, and they all had one poppy. So why them going back to that one father, why don't they have the same Y haplogroup? These are the same things and same questions that people must ask that go by the text. You don't believe in this book, Ron Dalton. You believe in a bunch of nonsense, Neanderthals, bunch of people, Nephilim. You quote the book of Jasher, then you don't believe in the book of Jasher. Then you look at this DNA here and look at this DNA here. Well, in the ancient Middle East, Q haplogroup is there. R haplogroup is there. J haplogroup is there. X haplogroup is there.
1 minute maximum limit.
Okay, you failed to explain why if I'm having children with African pygmies or people in South Sudan, all throughout the Bible, because it doesn't say that Esau had children with the Romans and the Greeks and It doesn't say that. It says that he had children with the Canaanites and the daughter of Ishmael, whose mother was a Black Egyptian. So we know that we should see in white people today, the Bible spans from like from the time of Esau, let's say 1800 BC to 500 BC. That's over 1,000 years of the Bible where the Canaanites are living, the Edomites are living, and the Edomites are having children with Canaanites or Hamites and Black Arabs. The Black Arabs don't have the maternal DNA of Europeans. The white people today, likewise, don't have the maternal DNA of Black Africans or Hamites, which we know that Esau did mix with. So for you to say that the Edomites are the white race, yet we don't see any evidence of genetic evidence of Esau mixing with African Hamites, meaning Canaanites or Black Arabs, the Ishmaelites, in reality, your premise is flawed and your argument is null and void. So the question I have for you, because we're dealing with reality, is that in the Bible, it says that Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and he shall be enlarged or enticed. Where did the Black Pacific Islanders dwell in the tents of Shem, meaning the lands of Babylon and Assyria? Black people, Black Pacific Islanders. When did these Black Pacific Islanders dwell in the tents of Shem? And can we see proof of the Black Pacific Islanders' DNA left behind in these lands of Shem that they conquered and ruled, or lived in?
This is very, very bad reading comprehension. In Genesis chapter 9, let's read it and let's understand. We're going to start at verse 26. And he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant." So the subject matter is the Most High God. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he, who is the he? It's not Japheth, it's God. And he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So the Bible is saying God is going to dwell in the tents of Shem. That's why the verse above it said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem," reading comprehension. And even when you go to the word enlarge does not mean become numerous in territory. That's not what it's saying. The word here, enlarge, is simply saying in mental or moral sense, usually figuratively, to cause to be simple, delude. Even your premise, you said what? Well, how are these people gonna conquer these people when they in bow and arrows? And I agree. The book of Genesis just said that. They're gonna be simple-minded. They're gonna be easily conquered. That's why even in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, you had the bear that leaned up on one side.
1 minute maximum limit.
Okay, so he said that God is going to dwell in the tents of the lands of Shem. God in the Old Testament, not Christ, God is going to dwell in the tents of Shem, and the Canaanites are going to be servants to the Most High. Not Christ, the Most High, because we're talking about the Old Testament. That makes no logical sense. And again, he did not answer my question. Neither did he answer the question about the Pacific Islanders being descendants of Japheth. When did they dwell? Where was their DNA evidence that they dwelled in the lands of Shem, that they left behind because they lived there hundreds and thousands of years and died there? But he said, no, God dwelt in the tents of Shem, and the Canaanites were the servants of God. I'm done with that one. I mean, that just took the cake. Last question. This is one of the, I don't know what time we got there, but the Canaanites in the Old Testament, did they intermarry with the children of Japheth anywhere in the Bible in the Old Testament?
No, I can't provide that verse. I don't have any verse that sits there and says that the Canaanites intermingled or intermarried with the sons of Japheth specifically.
Okay.
I can't. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking.
Go ahead.
When I can show in the book of Ezekiel chapter 27, and you can even see it in the book of Joel chapter 3, that during the time of Babylon, that Tyrus and Zidon, which are cities of the Canaanites, were actually trading with Javan and Greece and many Japhites. So if you see that there is treaties and they are trading each other and even selling people to each other as cargo slaves, then we can logically deduce that they mixed with each other. That's what happens with all kingdoms. Simple.
Okay, so we know that the Shemites were melanated and the Hamites were melanated. So if Esau had two generations.
1 second, Ron, my bad. I ain't mean to stop your wisdom. I was just letting you know we under the 1 minute marker. So you got any, as much as time as you need to ask this last question, and then Captain Yawasap, you'll have the full 1 minute answer.
Okay, so he agreed that nowhere in the Bible does the Canaanites mix with the children of Japheth. We know the children of Shem were melanated, the children of Ham were melanated, and if Esau had 2 and 3 generations, I would expect even more because he was living in the land of Canaan until he left. If Esau had 2 or 3 generations of children with Black African women, then way back in the early parts of the Bible, when Esau started having children, those Edomites were phenotypically Black, not white. This is reality when you mix with Black people and you are of a lighter race. Even if you start out white, I don't care what nobody says. In 2 to 3 generations, your child phenotypically is going to look Black. This is seen in colored people in South Africa. After 2 generations, a colored man looks darker than me. He's like a Black man, but he has a white grandparent.
All right, good deal. So Ron lands and utilizes the rest of his time with no question landing. Appreciate you, Ron. Dalton. Let me turn my video back on, as well as Captain Yawasap with Ron GADAL GABARYAM. That fully concludes the formal debate section. We will go over to the 2 minute conclusion, but I do want to at least ask both of you guys, do you elect for any type of post-debate conversation at all at this time?
No.
All right, Captain Yawasap declares he don't want to bill. So that's cool. We'll go right into the conclusion area. 2 minutes for each side. Captain Yawasap, of course, is on you went first the entire debate, so it's on you to conclude first. Now, in a 2-minute conclusion, of course, you want to let the people know who you are, your school of thought, but also what you came to teach, what your opponent did not. But in this section, you can use Bible verses if you elect to. Are you showing a PowerPoint for the 2 minutes, or just getting to it? All right, let me put the 2 minutes on the time. 1 second. All right, the 2 minutes is up, and the time will start when you start. Yawasap.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 2 and verse 17. For we are not as many which corrupt the word of God, but as of sincerity, but as of God in the sight of God's speak we in Christ. So I simply came here to show the truth of the Bible, to show the truth of history. It's not a victory for me. Put the information out there so people can actually understand the truth of what's going on. All right. I do want to salute Ron Dalton. That is a good brother. I love that brother. I want to do work with that brother, even though there are things theologically that we disagree on. We all know we got to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. We all know that we the 12 tribes of Israel, and we rising against these wicked ass heathen, man. I'm Captain Yawasap from the school of Rungadar GABARYAM. I pray if you do watch this debate, you go over everything that I went through and go over everything that Ron Dalton went through and actually see the picture that got painted, man. So with that, man, we're gonna make a toast to Israel. Kwam Yasharala.
Kwam Yasharala.
And you know, victory goes to the Most High, man. Shalom. And shout out to the God First gang, man.
All right, that was Captain Yawasap of the Rungadar GABARYAM, and shouts to God First gang, and as well as praying that the truth of the Bible goes forward. So we'll go over to the 2 minutes conclusion for Ron Dalton. Let me reset. All right, he had 30 seconds left on the clock. I reset the 2 minutes. Ron Dalton, are you sharing the screen or anything?
No.
All right, good deal. So, of course, you know, give the people who you are, your name, what you taught, what your opponent did not. But also you can use a Bible verse or two if you wanted to in this 2 minute section. But the time will start when you start.
Okay, so Israelites don't accept reality. I gave reality on the sons of Japhet, the children of Canaan, generations of mixing with black Africans, and you're not going to be white, and that Esau cannot be small amongst the nations in number, but yet he is, on the contrary, if the white braces Esau, then they are numbering easily 1.5 to 1.7 billion to 6 million Pacific Islanders, no matter where they are. If he says that there's some white people that Pacific that are Japhet in Turkey and Central Asia, which contradicts the fact that that these people are either Edomites or not, it leads to speculation to confusion. But in reality, we see that in Ezekiel 38, the descendants of Japhet, the Russians, the white Jews, the white Arabs, the Europeans, the Chinese, the East Indians from the northern area, aka the Persians, they are all coming to the land of sub-Saharan Africa and doing exactly what the Bible says. They're stealing land, plundering land, resources, preying upon the people. The Israelites here in Africa, the Bantu people, are a prey to these other nations. These other nations are losing while the other nations are gaining while we are losing to these other nations. That's what prey upon the people and spoil them means. And when you look at what the Chinese say, they say that they are descendants of Gomer. Gomer had children that were his sons like Togomoth. The Togomoth people are the Turks in Central Asia, right next door to China. And if you look at the Goat Turks and people in Central Asia, they are a mixture of Asian and European Caucasian people. Because why? Because they are all the descendants of Japhet. One has Mongoloid traits, the other one doesn't. But nevertheless, they are all speaking a Japhetic language. They're not speaking a Hamitic language. They're not speaking a Shemitic, Hamitic language or Shemitic language, speaking a Japhetic language, not Hebrew that the Edomites spoke. So I just want people to understand that reality proves that the eschatology of Ezekiel 38 and the children of Japhet does not line up and make any sense when you attribute it to the black, poor, marginalized, small in number, armyless black Pacific Islanders that is supposed to be this massive army that is of the sands of the sea that's going to come and fight against us Israelites. Well, if you say black, Latinos, Native American, Hispanics, no, that makes no sense. So use your brain, look at science, reality. That's what you need to be, that's what you need to be paying attention to. The Bible must match up with reality because the Bible is not a fairy tale book. So listen to fantasies from the Israelites that say all the white man is the Edomites, the Black Pacific Islanders down, these little guys over here with sticks and arrows. They're the children of Japhet, Gog and Magog's army, and they're so small in number. Yet the children of Esau is large in number, white people, which contradicts Obadiah in Revelations. So he contradicted himself twice, many times actually. That's my point.
Time. So I appreciate both sides. I'll let Ron run over the 2-minute marker because it's been a lengthy debate. And I appreciate the grace and mercy from Captain Yawasap on that side. Appreciate that. If you guys can support Ron Dalton Jr. at h2ntv.com. That's h2, the number 2, ntv.com. You can go over there and get major lessons. You can find, of course, links to the books, but also the movie series. We got Hebrews to Negroes 3, Volume 3, Gog and Magog armies versus the Israelites, available now. And I believe, Ron Dalton, you said that's available on Amazon and on h2ntv.com, correct?
On Amazon, it's available on DVD, and you can stream it on h2ntv.com. And there's even more facts and proof in that movie that proves what I say. It backs up Bible and reality.
Good deal, man. I appreciate both brothers. Y'all been excellent spirited. Y'all came with a lot of education, a lot of edification, a lot of notes, not only for myself, my family, and then others that came in to view it, to be able to write down and learn from. So I appreciate the research on both sides. Thank both of y'all. If anybody want to follow me, you can follow me at the Christian Corey on Instagram, as well as you can. I got a new YouTube channel up on YouTube at Christian Corey Show. So make sure you go and research that, the Christian Corey Show. We're going to start posting a lot of not only the versus debates, but lessons and edification on that platform as well as you can find the audio film that I have, which is heavily connected to Esau. But it's called Dear America, The End. The audio film is available. It'll be soon available on YouTube, on that YouTube channel. But right now it's currently available on the Even platform. So if you download the Even app, EVEN, a new music platform, you'll be able to track it on there, Dear America, The End. So appreciate y'all supporting me, of course, supporting Ron Dalton Jr., Hebrews and Negroes, as well as the good brother, Captain Yawasap, along with GABARYAM. Any last words for you brothers before we close out?
Kwame,
hopefully people that really look at this video, they pay attention to the facts and how it lines up with the Bible and reality. That's the main thing. Facts, Bible, the real life that we're living in today. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Appreciate it. And Yawasap, you had anything?
Hey, man, Kwame Asharala, anybody that got Clubhouse, man, pop in Clubhouse, man. We're going to have a little, you could pop in too, Ron Dalton.
I got banned from Clubhouse, from the Jews. Remember that?
Yeah.
I got banned from YouTube.
We'll talk about that another day. We talk about that.
Facebook, they banned me all over the place.
Yeah. They getting Ron out of here. But appreciate it, Ron. Appreciate it, Yawasap. Appreciate everybody in the audience that came through and supported. Not only sent through chats, been supporting these brothers for a while, and of course, actually paid for the stream. So thank y'all as well. Y'all really made this happen. But other than that, we're gonna close out this thing. Ron, you got it. You gonna close it out?
Yes, thank you guys for coming. I'm the most shadow banned, censored, deleted Israelite in the world. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Clubhouse. GoFundMe. The banning just continues, and that's what I deal with. But the facts is what we need to get to the people. And today was a good debate where people can hear the facts from my side and your Yawasap, and you can decide for yourself using common sense, critical thinking, logic, reading the Bible, and looking at reality to make your conclusion.
All praise to the Most High. And with that being said, shalom. This has been a Versus Debate platform. Thank you.
In the Bible, Christ tells us that one of the signs of the end of the world is deception. Distraction is considered by many to be a tool of deception. But what else will happen in the last days? There will be wars and rumors of wars, famines, pestilences, tsunamis, earthquakes, meteors falling to the earth, celestial signs, economic collapses, social decline, violence, the lack of love, food shortages, hunger, hyperinflation, sexual immorality, idolatry, blasphemy, false prophets, false Christs, and the fall of mystery Babylon, which hearkens the fall of the last ruling kingdom on earth. But there is one prophecy that is often overlooked and understudied in the Abrahamic faiths, and that is the prophecy of Gog and Magog, which is directly tied to the Battle of Armageddon, in which God delivers a final judgment to the nations a part of Gog and Magog's army. The people of Gog and Magog's massive army is recognized in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. In Islam, Ya'juj and Ma'juj are trapped in a faraway land, but when the day of judgment comes, they will all gather together to conquer the world. In the book of Ezekiel 38 and Revelation 20 in the Holy Bible, it describes how the nations in this massive army of Gog and Magog will leave their homeland to come to the land of the true Israelites, to steal, plunder, and exploit the land and all the resources within it that the true Israelites are in possession of. They will cover the Holy Land of the Israelites like a massive cloud with their people, and at the end they wage war against the Israelites, in which the Most High will destroy them. Knowing all of this, why doesn't the Christian community, Hebrew Israelite community, Jewish community, and Muslim community have any answers about who comprises the nations of Gog and Magog's army today? The book of Genesis records Noah's son Japheth as having 7 sons: Magog, Meshech, Tubal, Gomer, Tiras, Madai, the progenitor of the Medes Persians, and Javan, the progenitor of the Greeks and Romans. Gog and Magog's prophecy in Ezekiel 38 lists 5 of these sons of Japheth as the nations who will come to the true Holy Land of Israel, covering it like a massive cloud. These Japhetic-speaking nations are not the descendants of Greek speakers or Roman Latin speakers, but are nations today speaking other Japhetic languages, such as Celtic, Germanic, Slavic, Turkic, Altaic, and Sino-Tibetan. So why is knowing who the nations of Gog and Magog's army is today so important? Because if we know who these nations are, including which land they are covering right now like a cloud, for the purpose of plundering and exploitation, we will know for the first time in history where is the true Holy Land of God's chosen people, also known as the land of Canaan. In the new movie Hebrews to Negroes 3, sound the alarm, Gog and Magog's army versus the Israelites. Find out who is who in this end of days biblical prophecy, and where the true land of the Israelites are. You owe it to yourself to know the truth. Satan's aim is to deceive the whole world, and Yah's aim is for us to receive truth, because the truth will set us free.